several task forces to push progress forward and ensure that we will create recommendations that are actionable, sustainable, and inclusive. These task forces will represent the business community and advocate policy recommendations to the government. In this B20 presidency, we are committed to creating legacy programs that lay foundation for positive, lasting impact across G20 countries, marked by big new ideas, international collaboration, and tangible as well as sustainable impact, prototype in Indonesia and to be scaled globally.
You too can be a part of this movement and make your mark on the future of business and the global economy through our B20 Indonesia. By participating in our legacy programs and B20 events, you will shape strategic moves, making meaningful connections, and collaborate to build a stronger economy together.
We welcome you to become a part of our journey toward a better tomorrow. Join us at the B20 Summit on November 13th and 14th, 2022. And let's collaborate to bring positive, lasting change for our world. The world is changing at unparalleled pace. We are facing increasing pressure from global challenges such as the climate change, food security, and COVID-19 pandemic. Despite these challenges, our world has made great strides in advancing growth. Digitalization, for example, helped micro and small enterprises across the globe build capabilities and increase market access. An unprecedented global collaboration led to a vaccine rolled out that has vaccinated over 60% of the world's population in less than 2 years. The global economy is recovering, and this is our chance to shape a better future for our planet and our people. The B20 is providing the platform to make this happen.
Since its establishment in 2010, the Business 20 or B20 has served as the voice of the business community in the G20 forum. Together, B20 participants are committed to making impact in the world, voicing out their ideas to push private-led economic transformation forward.
B20 business leaders are the front runners in working to solve the biggest global challenges, such as spearheading green transformation, promoting trade and investment, developing infrastructures, leading digital innovation, and advancing equality.
As business leaders in the Group of 20, the future relies on you to find lasting solutions to our current global challenges and pave the way forward.
This year, Indonesia is honored to be the host of the G20 and B20 summits. As the fourth largest nation, the biggest economy in Southeast Asia and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, Indonesia is home to 270 million consumers, 63 million MSMEs, and 12 tech unicorns. Boasting rapid digital growth and emerging sustainable development, Indonesia truly is a land of opportunities. Under this year's theme of advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth, the B20 stands ready to promote dialogue among business players in G20 countries, provide policy recommendations, and launch initiatives on issues that matter. The themes are aligned with the key messages from inception meeting.
Berharap komunitas B20 akan memberikan tawaran-tawaran konkret yang bisa menjadi bagian dari capaian konkret KTT G20.
And the leadership of governments like Indonesia is going to be absolutely essential in this decisive decade of our climate fight.
It's a great example of how businesses and governments can work together. The B20 plays an important role in spurring more of these collaborations.
The B20 has established several task forces to push progress forward and ensure that we will create recommendations that are actionable, sustainable, and inclusive. These task forces will represent the business community and advocate policy recommendations to the government. In this B20 presidency, we are committed to creating legacy programs that lay foundation for positive, lasting impact across G20 countries, marked by big new ideas, international collaboration, and tangible as well as sustainable impact, prototype in Indonesia and to be scaled globally.
You too can be a part of this movement and make your mark on the future of business and the global economy through our B20 Indonesia. By participating in our legacy programs and B20 events, you will shape strategic moves, making meaningful connections, and collaborate to build a stronger economy together.
We welcome you to become a part of our journey toward a better tomorrow. Join us at the B20 Summit on November 13 and 14, 2022. And let's collaborate to bring positive, lasting change for our world.
Boleh dicoba aja. Oke. Ini langsung ya? Honorable Indonesia's Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Honorable Indonesia's Minister of Cooperatives and SMEs,
The world is changing at unparalleled pace. We are facing increasing pressure from global challenges such as the climate change, food security, and COVID-19 pandemic. Despite these challenges, our world has made great strides in advancing growth. Digitalization, for example, helped micro and small enterprises across the globe build capabilities and increase market access. An unprecedented global collaboration led to a vaccine rolled out that has vaccinated over 60% of the world's population in less than 2 years. The global economy is recovering, and this is our chance to shape a better future for our planet and our people. The B20 is providing the platform to make this happen.
Since its establishment in 2010, the Business 20 or B20 has served as the voice of the business community in the G20 forum. Together, B20 participants are committed to making impact in the world, voicing out their ideas to push private-led economic transformation forward.
B20 business leaders are the front runners in working to solve the biggest global challenges, such as spearheading green transformation, promoting trade and investment, developing infrastructures, leading digital innovation, and advancing equality.
As business leaders in the group of 20, the future relies on you to find lasting solutions to our current global challenges and pave the way forward.
This year, Indonesia is honored to be the host of the G20 and B20 summits. As the fourth largest nation, the biggest economy in Southeast Asia, and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, Indonesia is home to 270 million consumers, 63 million MSMEs, and 12 tech unicorns. Boasting rapid digital growth and emerging sustainable development, Indonesia truly is a land of opportunities. Under this year's theme of advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth, the B20 stands ready to promote dialogue among business players in G20 countries, provide policy recommendations, and launch initiatives on issues that matter. The themes are aligned with the key messages from inception meeting.
Berharap komunitas B20 akan memberikan tawaran-tawaran konkret yang bisa menjadi bagian dari capaian konkret KTT G20.
And the leadership of governments like Indonesia is going to be absolutely essential in this decisive decade of our climate fight.
It's a great example of how businesses and governments can work together. The B20 plays an important role in spurring more of these collaborations.
The B20 has established several task forces to push progress forward and ensure that we will create recommendations that are actionable, sustainable, and inclusive. These task forces will represent the business community and advocate policy recommendations to the government. In this B20 presidency, we are committed to creating legacy programs that lay foundation for positive, lasting impact across G20 countries, marked by big new ideas, international collaboration, and tangible as well as sustainable impact, prototype in Indonesia and to be scaled globally.
You too can be a part of this movement and make your mark on the future of business and the global economy through our B20 Indonesia. By participating in our legacy programs and B20 events, you will shape strategic moves, making meaningful connections, and collaborate to build a stronger economy together.
We welcome you to become a part of our journey toward a better tomorrow. Join us at the B20 Summit on November 13th and 14th, 2022. And let's collaborate to bring positive, lasting change for our world. The world is changing at unparalleled pace. We are facing increasing pressure from global challenges such as the climate change, food security, and COVID-19 pandemic. Despite these challenges, our world has made great strides in advancing growth. Digitalization, for example, helped micro and small enterprises across the globe build capabilities and increase market access. An unprecedented global collaboration led to a vaccine rolled out that has vaccinated over 60% of the world's population in less than 2 years. The global economy is recovering, and this is our chance to shape a better future for our planet and our people. The B20 is providing the platform to make this happen.
Since its establishment in 2010, the Business 20 or B20 has served as the voice of the business community in the G20 forum. Together, B20 participants are committed to making impact in the world, voicing out their ideas to push private-led economic transformation forward.
B20 business leaders are the front runners in working to solve the biggest global challenges, such as spearheading green transformation, promoting trade and investment, developing infrastructures, leading digital innovation, and advancing equality.
As business leaders in the group of 20, the future relies on you to find lasting solutions to our current global challenges and pave the way forward.
This year, Indonesia is honored to be the host of the G20 and B20 summits. As the fourth largest nation, the biggest economy in Southeast Asia and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, Indonesia is home to 270 million consumers, 63 million MSMEs, and 12 tech unicorns. Boasting rapid digital growth and emerging sustainable development, Indonesia truly is a land of opportunities. Under this year's theme of advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth, the B20 stands ready to promote dialogue among business players in G20 countries, provide policy recommendations, and launch initiatives on issues that matter. The themes are aligned with the key messages from inception meeting.
Berharap komunitas B20 akan memberikan tawaran-tawaran konkret yang bisa menjadi bagian dari capaian konkret KTT G20.
And the leadership of governments like Indonesia is going to be absolutely essential in this decisive decade of our climate fight.
It's a great example of how businesses and governments can work together. The B20 plays an important role in spurring more of these collaborations.
The B20 has established several task forces to push progress forward and ensure that we will create recommendations that are actionable, sustainable, and inclusive. These task forces will represent the business community and advocate policy recommendations to the government. In this B20 presidency, we are committed to creating legacy programs that lay foundation for positive, lasting impact across G20 countries, marked by big new ideas, international collaboration, and tangible as well as sustainable impact, prototype in Indonesia and to be scaled globally.
You too can be a part of this movement and make your mark on the future of business and the global economy through our B20 Indonesia. By participating in our legacy programs and B20 events, you will shape strategic moves, making meaningful connections, and collaborate to build a stronger economy together.
We welcome you to become a part of our journey toward a better tomorrow. Join us at the B20 Summit on November 13 and 14, 2022. And let's collaborate to bring positive, lasting change for our world. The world is changing at unparalleled pace. We are facing increasing pressure from global challenges such as the climate change, food security, and COVID-19 pandemic. Despite these challenges, our world has made great strides in advancing growth. Digitalization, for example, helped micro and small enterprises across the globe build capabilities and increase market access. An unprecedented global collaboration led to a vaccine rolled out that has vaccinated over 60% of the world's population in less than 2 years. The global economy is recovering, and this is our chance to shape a better future for our planet and our people. The B20 is providing the platform to make this happen.
Since its establishment in 2010, the Business 20 or B20 has served as the voice of the business community in the G20 forum. Together, B20 participants are committed to making impact in the world, voicing out their ideas to push private-led economic transformation forward.
B20 business leaders are the front runners in working to solve the biggest global challenges, such as spearheading green transformation, promoting trade and investment, developing infrastructures, leading digital innovation, and advancing equality.
As business leaders in the Group of 20, the future relies on you to find lasting solution to our current global challenges and pave the way forward.
This year, Indonesia is honored to be the host of the G20 and B20 summits. As the fourth largest nation, the biggest economy in Southeast Asia, and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, Indonesia is home to 270 million consumers, 63 million MSMEs, and 12 tech unicorns. Boasting rapid digital growth and emerging sustainable development, Indonesia truly is a land of opportunities. Under this year's theme of advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth, the B20 stands ready to promote dialogue among business players in G20 countries, provide policy recommendations, and launch initiatives on issues that matter. The themes are aligned with the key messages from inception meeting.
Berharap komunitas B20 akan memberikan tawaran-tawaran konkret yang bisa menjadi bagian dari capaian konkret KTT G20.
And the leadership of governments like Indonesia is going to be absolutely essential in this decisive decade of our climate fight.
It's a great example of how businesses and governments can work together. The B20 plays an important role in spurring more of these collaborations.
The B20 has established several task forces to push progress forward and ensure that we will create recommendations that are actionable, sustainable, and inclusive. These task forces will represent the business community and advocate policy recommendations to the government. In this B20 presidency, we are committed to creating legacy programs that lay foundation for positive, lasting impact across G20 countries, marked by big new ideas, international collaboration, and tangible as well as sustainable impact, prototype in Indonesia and to be scaled globally.
You too can be a part of this movement and make your mark on the future of business and the global economy through our B20 Indonesia. By participating in our legacy programs and B20 events, you will shape strategic moves, making meaningful connections, and collaborate to build a stronger economy together.
We welcome you to become a part of our journey toward a better tomorrow. Join us at the B20 Summit on November 13th and 14th, 2022. And let's collaborate to bring positive, lasting change for our world. The world is changing at unparalleled pace. We are facing increasing pressure from global challenges such as the climate change, food security, and COVID-19 pandemic. Despite these challenges, our world has made great strides in advancing growth. Digitalization, for example, helped micro and small enterprises across the globe build capabilities and increase market access. An unprecedented global collaboration led to a vaccine rolled out that has vaccinated over 60% of the world's population in less than 2 years. The global economy is recovering, and this is our chance to shape a better future for our planet and our people. The B20 is providing the platform to make this happen.
Since its establishment in 2010, the Business 20 or B20 has served as the voice of the business community in the G20 forum. Together, B20 participants are committed to making impact in the world, voicing out their ideas to push private-led economic transformation forward.
B20 business leaders are the front runners in working to solve the biggest global challenges, such as spearheading green transformation, promoting trade and investment, developing infrastructures, leading digital innovation, and advancing equality.
As business leaders in the group of 20, the future relies on you to find lasting solutions to our current global challenges and pave the way forward.
This year, Indonesia is honored to be the host of the G20 and B20 summits. As the fourth largest nation, the biggest economy in Southeast Asia, and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, Indonesia is home to 270 million consumers, 63 million MSMEs, and 12 tech unicorns. Boasting rapid digital growth and emerging sustainable development, Indonesia truly is a land of opportunities. Under this year's theme of advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth, the B20 stands ready to promote dialogue among business players in G20 countries, provide policy recommendations, and launch initiatives on issues that matter. The themes are aligned with the key messages from inception meeting.
Berharap komunitas B20 akan memberikan tawaran-tawaran konkret yang bisa menjadi bagian dari capaian konkret KTT G20.
And the leadership of governments like Indonesia is going to be absolutely essential in this decisive decade of our climate fight.
It's a great example of how businesses and governments can work together. The B20 plays an important role in spurring more of these collaborations.
The B20 has established several task forces to push progress forward and ensure that we will create recommendations that are actionable, sustainable, and inclusive. These task forces will represent the business community and advocate policy recommendations to the government. In this B20 presidency, we are committed to creating legacy programs that lay foundation for positive, lasting impact across G20 countries, marked by big new ideas, international collaboration, and tangible as well as sustainable impact, prototype in Indonesia and to be scaled globally.
You too can be a part of this movement and make your mark on the future of business and the global economy through our B20 Indonesia. By participating in our legacy programs and B20 events, you will shape strategic moves, making meaningful connections, and collaborate to build a stronger economy together.
We welcome you to become a part of our journey toward a better tomorrow. Join us at the B20 Summit on November 13th and 14th, 2022. And let's collaborate to bring positive, lasting change for our world. The world is changing at unparalleled pace. We are facing increasing pressure from global challenges such as the climate change, food security, and COVID-19 pandemic. Despite these challenges, our world has made great strides in advancing growth. Digitalization, for example, helped micro and small enterprises across the globe build capabilities and increase market access. An unprecedented global collaboration led to a vaccine rolled out that has vaccinated over 60% of the world's population in less than 2 years. The global economy is recovering, and this is our chance to shape a better future for our planet and our people. The B20 is providing the platform to make this happen.
Since its establishment in 2010, the Business 20 or B20 has served as the voice of the business community in the G20 forum. Together, B20 participants are committed to making impact in the world.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the B20 Indonesia 2022 Women in Business Action Council side event. I hope everyone's doing well today. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you still outside of the ballroom, we invite you to please enter the venue and please be seated as our event will begin shortly. Thank you. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we start in minutes, in the spirit of supporting MSMEs in Indonesia, Grab Indonesia have a great promo for all participants of tonight's event. You can simply access this promo by opening Grab Food on your Grab app. Search for your desirable food and click on Dukung UKM filter.
B20 akan memberikan tawaran-tawaran konkret yang bisa menjadi bagian dari capaian konkret KTT G20.
And the leadership of governments like Indonesia is going to be absolutely essential in this decisive decade of our climate fight.
It's a great example of how businesses and governments can work together. The B20 plays an important role in spurring more of these collaborations.
The B20 has established several task forces to push progress forward and ensure that we will create recommendations that are actionable, sustainable, and inclusive. These task forces will represent the business community and advocate policy recommendations to the government. In this B20 presidency, we are committed to creating legacy programs that lay foundation for positive, lasting impact across G20 countries, marked by big new ideas, international collaboration, and tangible as well as sustainable impact, prototype in Indonesia and to be scaled globally.
You too can be a part of this movement and make your mark on the future of business and the global economy through our B20 Indonesia. By participating in our legacy programs and B20 events, you will shape strategic moves, making meaningful connections, and collaborate to build a stronger economy together.
We welcome you to become a part of our journey toward a better tomorrow. Join us at the B20 Summit on November 13th and 14th, 2022. And let's collaborate to bring positive, lasting change for our world.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure the safety of our event, let us all watch the safety induction video from the Fairmont Hotel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fairmont, Jakarta. We require all guests and staff to wear a face mask before arrival and throughout their time at the hotel. To ensure a responsible and safe environment for everyone, all guests are required to undergo temperature screenings upon arrival and before entering the meeting room. Before your arrival and after your departure, we thoroughly cleaned the event venue, including all items and services touched by the guests and staff. In the meeting venue, our team have arranged a safe distancing space following the physical distancing guideline. Remember, Wash your hands frequently with soap and water, or use hand sanitizers that have been made available to all guests in public areas. Our staff are well trained in appropriate health and safety guidelines, and they will stay at your service at any time. We are now in the lovely Grand Ballroom located on the ground floor. This room is equipped with all modern fire safety equipment and supported by our in-house fire brigade. Your safety is our highest priority. Please take a good look around and observe your surroundings. Take particular note of the nearest exits and use this opportunity to familiarize yourself with our emergency response and evacuation procedures. There are 12 exits in total, 6 of which exit through the foyer and 6 of which exit through the service areas. Regardless of whether you exit through front of house or back of house, we will all be guided to the same assembly point outside the north lobby. This site will help you to orient yourself to where the north lobby is. It is on the side of the hotel, across from the Gelora Bung Karno Sports Complex. We would like to close with the same message started. Your safety is our highest priority. Thank you all, and on behalf of the management of the Fairmont Jakarta, I wish you a wonderful event.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome and good evening from Jakarta, Indonesia. Welcome to the B20 Indonesia 2022 Women in Business Action Council side event, accelerating inclusion of women MSMEs in the global economy. An event initiated by Kadin, or the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and presented by Unilever Indonesia. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Amelia Yahya, and on behalf of B20 Indonesia 2022, I'll be your host for today. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to start our day, please kindly rise and be on your feet. And together, let us sing Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami mohon untuk berdiri. Bersama-sama, mari kita nyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start our event, please allow us to first extend our warmest welcome to Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Bapak Nadiem Makarim, the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Her Excellency Ibu I Gusti Ayu Bintang Puspayoga, the Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Bapak Teten Masduki, the Minister of SME and Cooperatives of the Republic of Indonesia. Ibu Shinta Kamdani, the Chair of B20 Indonesia and the CEO of Sintesa Group, as well as Ibu Ira Noviarti, the Chair for B20 Women in Business Action Council and the President Director of Unilever Indonesia. All ministerial deputies and directors from Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Industry and Finance, Cooperatives and SMEs, Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Education, Culture, Research and Technology. And distinguished guests, all speakers and panelists both joining us here live as well as those online. And also to Kadin Indonesia and B20 Indonesia members and partners, all embassies of G20 members, G20 Indonesia engagement groups, women leaders, donors and sponsors, industry associations, MSME associations, Dekranas, and all media members. Good evening once again from Jakarta, Indonesia. And once again, we'd like to welcome you to the B20 Indonesia 2022 Women in Business Action Council side event, accelerating inclusion of women MSMEs in global economy. It is an event that is initiated by Kadin, or the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and presented by Unilever Indonesia. Please allow me to introduce myself again. So my name is Amelia Yahya, and on behalf of B20 Indonesia 2022, I am indeed so incredibly honored, so very happy to be here today as your host, and I'm so excited to be here with a crowd of your caliber. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our dearest organizers and hosts, please allow us to extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. And I would like to greet our speakers and guests joining us online from all over the world. Thank you so much for joining with us. And ladies and gentlemen, so this evening, we'd like to raise awareness of the current issues and opportunities of women empowerment, drive the dialogue by providing tangible examples to inspire and to form real collaborations with stakeholders to accelerate the active participation of women in businesses and MSMEs in the current global economy and global climate. Tonight's event will be held in the form of a hybrid panel discussion divided into 2 sessions. As a concrete action of this event, there will be 2 collaboration signings on strengthening the capacity of women MSMEs between a number of Indonesia's notable companies, between Unilever Indonesia and Tokopedia, and between Grab Indonesia, MTech, and Bukalapak. And we'd like to sincerely express our gratitude to Kadin Indonesia, or the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Unilever Indonesia, Grab Indonesia, Telkom Indonesia, and Tokopedia for their generous support for our event this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, to begin, let us all watch an opening video which gives all of us an overview of the B20 Indonesia 2022 Women in Business Action Council side event, accelerating inclusion of women MSMEs in the global economy.
Women's entrepreneurships and MSMEs play a significant role in economic development. It generates revenue, wealth, and brings a multiplier effect through job creation and innovation. Studies show that there are opportunities of $28 trillion growth on global GDP with equal participation of women in the global economy, and $2.5 to $5 trillion global GDP growth with equal participation of women as entrepreneurs. Today, it is all about bridging the gaps for women entrepreneurs around the world. Accelerating the inclusions of women in business demands access to digital capabilities, knowledge sharing, investment and funding, technical support, and supportive policies.
Under the Indonesia G20 presidency, the B20 recommends proven and actionable steps for the G20 governments to take to improve gender equality in the workforce, as well as practical steps to build, accelerate, and scale women-led businesses from subsistence through domestic and international growth companies. This will support job creation, help bring more women out of poverty, enable more innovation, and help further spur social and economic development.
B20 Indonesia Women in Business Action Council has taken specific policies area that have been emphasized in the previous B20 recommendations and developed a concrete actions to address these issues while being mindful of the diverse set of economies and populations across the G20. The B20 Women in Business Action Council has developed 3 policies objectives that are critical to bring more women into the workforce and retaining them in the work. Those 3 policies objectives are: number 1, empowering women entrepreneurship; number 2, enabling women's digital and leadership capabilities; and number 3, promoting safe and equitable workplace.
Women in Business Action Council's 3 strategic policy objectives: empowering women entrepreneurship, enabling women's digital and leadership capabilities, promoting safe and equitable workplaces. Let's work together to accelerate the inclusions of women MSMEs in the global economy.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a moving video showing us the urgency of why we're all here today. Ensuring the equal footing of women's participation in the global economy through the recommendations presented by the Great Council. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is with the greatest honor and pleasure that we shall welcome Ibu Ira Noviarti, the Chair for B20 Women in Business Action Council and the President Director of Unilever Indonesia, to come up on stage and deliver her opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big round of applause.
Honorable Indonesia's Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Honorable Indonesia's Minister of Cooperatives and SMEs, Bapak Teten Masudi, Honorable Indonesia Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protections, Ibu Bintang Puspayoga, and Honorable Indonesia's Minister of Education, Culture, Research, Technology, Bapak Nadiem Makarim. Distinguished B20 Indonesia Chair, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Distinguished B20 Indonesia Sherpa, Bapak Rizal Lukman, distinguished moderators and panelists, distinguished B20 Indonesia Task Force and Action Council chairs, co-chairs, deputy chairs, policy managers, knowledge partners, network partners, and members. Distinguished business and associations leaders and respective women in Business Action Council side event participations joining us today at Fairmont Hotel and virtually via Zoom. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen all around the globe. It is a privilege and an honor for me, as a chair of the B20 Indonesia Women in Business Action Council, to be part of these collaborative platforms together with many amazing leaders and executives with one goal: to advance innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. I would like to take these opportunities to highly appreciate your participations in today's event, where we will learn and discuss how we can collaborate in driving an equal participation of women in the global economy while accelerating a stronger recovery and forging an inclusive and sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, women entrepreneurship and micro, small, and medium enterprises, or we call it MSMEs, play a significant role in economic development. It generates revenue, wealth, and has the potentials for a multiplier effect through job creations and innovations. A 2019 report estimates that if women and men participated equally as entrepreneurs, global GDP might rise by approximately 3 to 6%, boosting the global economy by $2.5 trillion to $5 trillion. Further, empowering women to participate in the global economy on an equal footing with men might add $28 trillion to the GDP growth by 2025. Despite the opportunities, women-led entrepreneurs and MSMEs continue to face challenges, and data shows that female-only founded companies or businesses raised $1 billion of venture funding in 2010 and nearly $6 billion in 2019. This way, in no way, close to parity with male-only founded companies, which raised from $31 billion in 2010 to $195 billion in 2019. This poor access to capital was exacerbated during the pandemic. Realizing these potentials and challenges necessitate significantly the fast-tracking solutions to the hurdles impeding the inclusions and resilience of women MSMEs in the global economy. These include urgent demands for access to digital capabilities, knowledge sharing, and supportive policies that can assist their business endeavors, access to resources like investment, finance, and infrastructure, as well as technical support such as the removal of legal barriers. The B20 Indonesia Women in Business Action Council has taken specific policies areas highlighted in the previous B20 recommendations and further developed tangible actions to tackle these issues, while being mindful of the diverse set of economies and populations across the G20. The Women in Business Action Council is putting forth 3 strategic imperatives that will enable us to accelerate inclusions of women in the economy. First is about empowering women's entrepreneurs. Second is about enabling women's digital and leadership capabilities. And third is about promoting safe and equitable workplace. In addition, the Women in Business Action Council recommends taking active steps to foster female inclusions in the global economy through participations in the One Global Women Empowerment Platform, or we call it OGWI platform, which will bring together the capabilities and networks to accelerate and scale initiatives to support women-led businesses and empower women at work. OGWI, will act as a bridge to connect women empowerment efforts between successive G20 and B20 presidencies, enabling the continuations of efforts from India, from Indonesia to India, Brazil, and beyond. Today, we will learn from our respective keynote speakers and panelists on the women's critical roles and opportunities in advancing the global economic recovery and the institutional and societal changes required to unlock the inclusions of the women-led MSMEs in the global economy. And finally, thank you very much for your participations. I hope this event can help strengthen the multilateral cooperations needed to advance the innovative, inclusive, collaborative growth. Together, we recover. Together, we're stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ira Noviarti. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Ira has continuously stated that B20 Indonesia is fully committed in bringing together B20 business communities all under one accord to recover stronger and recover better towards an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable global economic growth, and that continues to be our mission. Ibu Ira, thank you so much for the great opening remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, next, please allow me to also invite Ibu Shinta Kamdani, the chair of B20 Indonesia and the CEO of Sintesa Group, to deliver her remarks on the Women in Business Action Council strategic priorities. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Good evening, distinguished Bapak Teten Masuki, Indonesia Minister for Cooperatives and Small and Medium Enterprises, Ibu I Gusti Ayu Bintang Pospayoga, the Indonesian Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, the Minister of Finance, as well as Bapak Nadiem Makarim, the Minister of Education, Republic of Indonesia. My good friends see here, Mr. Jamsed Kazi, the country head of UN Women, Deputy of Coordinating Minister of Economy, Bapak Agudi Salahuddin, of course my fellow chair of task force of the Women in Business Action Council, Ibu Ira Noviarti, our chairperson of B20 Indonesia, Bapak Rizal Lukman, and many friends, also Your Excellency. Thank you very much, the Ambassador of Argentina to Indonesia. I think many familiar faces, thank you very much for being here. And also, of course, all the invited speakers who are also here to support this occasion. Let me begin by congratulating Ira and my B20 colleagues on the B20 Women in Business Action Council on the successful achievement of today's event. I'm thrilled to see that all of us here actively working towards an advancing gender equality. More than ever, the B20 advocates for gender-empowered global economy recovery. The B20, or Business 20, was established in 2010 in Seoul, Korea, and this is the business engagement group of the G20, consisting of business leaders contributing to 80% of the world GDP this year. We have a specific council in the B20 called the Action Council on Women in Business, to have also more female representative in the policy formation and to include gender lens assessment in all our key subjects. I'm happy to announce that this year in Indonesia, the Indonesia presidency, in the total B20 community, we have more than 37% women representation across the G20 countries. So this is the highest number for the B20 ever. So I'm proud to say Indonesia is definitely in the forefront. This balanced voice will underscore the progress of gender empowerment. B20 Indonesia will highlight the importance of promoting cross-border G20-wide knowledge, sharing and investment in women-led enterprises while keeping in mind the G20 unique collection of economies and demographies. Our strategic priorities aim to drive collaborative, innovative, and inclusive sustainable growth with a focus on strengthening the resilience of women-led businesses and accelerating supporting infrastructure for women entrepreneurs and MSME, developing the digital capability of the female workforce, laying the groundwork for equitable labor participation and leadership, as well as eradicating gender-based violence in the workplace. The devastating impacts of a global pandemic are no longer surprising us. These consequences, however, are especially severe for micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSME, and especially women. According to McKinsey, women's jobs are 1.8 times more vulnerable to the crisis than men's. Women account for 39% of worldwide employment, but account for 54% of overall job losses, seeing the impact. It is extremely important and should be our primary focus to empower women's economy and reduce gender parity, especially in the economy, considering that women entrepreneurs are and will increasingly be an intrinsic part of the backbone of economic growth and stability. A report from BCG in 2019 estimated that if women and men participated equally as entrepreneurs, global GDP could be increased by about 3 to 6%, boosting the global economy by 2.5 to 5 trillion US dollar. In addition, women entrepreneurs account for around 1/3 of all growth-oriented entrepreneurs in the world today. In a global survey, 30.2% of women entrepreneurs expect to employ 6 or more employees in the next 5 years, compared to 48% of male entrepreneurs. Women are also more likely than men to innovate, to address social needs, and women outperform men in important abilities such as leadership, problem solving, and innovation. This is not coming from me. This is the survey that was being put out there. Women invest 90% of their earnings in their families compared to only 35% for males. Nonetheless, women continue to encounter significant challenges when it comes to starting their own enterprises. One of the most significant is discrimination in financial access. A World Bank research found substantial evidence of bank discrimination against female entrepreneurs, although there is evidence that women manage debt better and have a higher investment return than men. According to 2020 study from the IFC and the World Bank, there is discrimination in the investment selection procedure. For instance, when women pitch the same business idea, investors ask women entrepreneurs more risk-focused questions, while males are asked more questions about the potentials of their companies. Globally, venture capital financing for women-led firms has dropped from 2.8% of total funding in 2010 to 2.3% in 2020. Furthermore, women entrepreneurs receive a disproportionate amount of financial assistance and investment during the pandemic. As an illustration, women in South Asia receive just half the financial assistance that males did, and as a result, women-owned enterprises are 5.9% more likely than men-owned business to fail. The impact of COVID-19 is even worse for those with relatively limited digital capability and financial resources. The digital financial gaps for MSME and women are significant, and it is critical to act and address this issue now, today. MSME and women contribute to the global economy and society. Huge and strong MSME and women would result in strong economic development, innovation, and employment. It is obvious that we must not let this happen. This will require significant solution to address the barriers that stand in the way for business, for women. As a business leader, you and I together could support women entrepreneurs by elevating this key action. First, providing entrepreneurial capacity building program focused on enhancing the capacity of women entrepreneurs in MSME. Second, actively addressing physical, regulatory, and social culture barriers which limit affordable access to digital technology, online format MSME, education programs, and access to market and financial infrastructure. Third, providing funding or financial support to the women entrepreneurs in MSME. Fourth, strengthening data or knowledge repository for MSME to be able to make decisions, and government as well as private sector to be able to provide the right support. And finally, providing a global network of women entrepreneurs to encourage international knowledge exchange and financial investment in the women-owned enterprises. Ultimately, all of those have been integrated as part of our B20 policy. But more than just policy, this year, B20 is committed to daring for difference. And as instructed by our president, B20 Indonesia aims to create a concrete legacy to make the critical elements of success available to any woman who wants to enter and grow in entrepreneurship, regardless of where they are in the world. To this end, all of our task forces and action council have strived to provide concrete programs in advancing MSME, including women-led MSME. For instance, in our B20 Indonesia Task Force in Digitalization, we have initiated what we call Digital Use Case Library for MSME, which provide concrete examples to share and promote best practices in advancing digital transformation skill for MSME. Currently, we have around more than 30 digital use case submissions from various leading companies such as Xiaomi, Alibaba, Goto, BCG, and many others. In trade and investment task forces, we see the imperative to ensure the advancement of women-led MSME participation in the global value chain and currently develop the initiative called the Inclusive Closed-Loop Flywheel Ecosystem as one of the partnership schemes that symbolizes multi-stakeholder collaboration between the government, the private sector, MSME to provide technical support, capacity building in the fields of operation, market, and business matchmaking to increase MSME participation in the global value chain, as well as encouraging collaboration pledges for cooperation to assist MSME in the form of technology transfer, investment, and access to the global market. In addition, B20 sees the imperative to advance women participants in STEM, making sure that women's digital talent will be beneficial in advancing women-led MSME. Therefore, our B20 Task Force in Future of Work and Education has continuously advocaate for cooperation on technical and vocational education and training to ensure both women and men have access to digital skill and be able to establish their own digital-enabled businesses. There are a lot of initiatives that B20 task forces have forged for. Therefore, under one accord, as mentioned by Ibu Ira, B20 Women in Business Action Council has established focused multilateral efforts to integrate the initiative within the B20 and also other development organizations that provide critical roles for women. This is what we call the One Global Women Empowerment Platform. These thrive as an ecosystem that aggregate existing capacity and networks to accelerate and scale impactful women empowerment efforts globally, thus enabling growth, development, and acceleration of women-led businesses and women in the workforce. It will be supported by technology and secretariat that will multiply and scale the effort of existing platform, initiative, and network that already provided critical enablement to promote the participation of women both in the employment and also in the businesses. This network will act as a bridge between the outcomes of the G20 and B20 presidency, ensuring continuous effort from Indonesia, India, Brazil, and beyond. OGW will facilitate end-to-end digital learning for women entrepreneurship, including access to digital skill development, investment, capacity building, resources, best practices, legal support, advocacy, and other crucial technical assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, by seeing the impact that has been given by the role of women entrepreneurship, I hope that this starts the beginning of the end of gender inequality. Now that we have the B20 initiative to advance women-led MSME, let us all begin to build a successful collaboration for Indonesia G20 presidency and leave a lasting legacy. More importantly, the B20 summit that will be hosted on 13 to 14 of November, back-to-back to the G20 summit in Nusa Dua, Bali this year, will pose a paramount opportunity for Indonesia as the voice of the developing economy to set the foundation of inclusive post-crisis recovery in the years ahead. I look forward to seeing you at the summit, and let's work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Shinta, for continuously emphasizing that the goal is that more women lead, participate in, and have access to enhanced business and economic opportunities. Thank you so much, Ibu Shinta, for the great remarks. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Council is very honored to have received support from the UN Secretary General Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development, Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. She wishes to join us here today, but due to her travels, she has given us a statement of support for this historic side event. Please allow me to read out her statements of support. Women-owned MSMEs have been hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, especially informal ones. For these enterprises, going from pen and paper to digital is one of the keys to financial recovery and resilience. Going digital can open new markets and make businesses more efficient. A digital ecosystem can help small businesses better manage their inventory, their marketing, payments, credit, and sales. It can also help MSMEs gain access to financial services. Making progress will be key to continue to close the gender gap in access to finance for women and support, empower, and resilience. That's the statements of support from Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll now begin with our first panel discussion on unlocking the inclusion of women MSMEs in the global economy. We'll discuss the challenges and explore the untapped opportunities that are present and can be utilized for women in business. So, to get down to business, our first keynote speaker for this session is His Excellency Bapak Teten Mas Duki, the Minister of Cooperatives and SME of the Republic of Indonesia, who will talk about women's MSMEs and their impact on Indonesia's economy.
The Honorable Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Bintang Puspayoga, the Honorable B20 Empower Indonesia Co-Chairwoman, the Honorable Women in Business Action Council Chairwoman, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I feel honored to be asked to speak at Today Women in Business Action Council side event with the topic Accelerating Inclusion of Women SMEs in the Global Economy. For I believe the importance of women-owned and led SMEs for nation economic development. According to Central Bureau of Statistics, 64.5% of Indonesia SMEs are managed by women, while Sasakawa Peace Foundation and Dalberg Research also notes that 21% of our country's entrepreneurs are women. This number is way above the global average of 8%. By those numbers alone, we should recognize and celebrate women's significant contribution to the economy. Women entrepreneurs are a growing market force, serving as a key role in poverty reduction, employment generation, and economic diversification. Research shows that advancing gender equality, where women can play identical role in labor market as the opposite gender, could add 26% of the global economy by 2025. Equivalent with Sustainable Development Goals and G20's declaration, Indonesia's own National Development Program are including economic growth and gender equality. In Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs, we have programs to facilitating access to business legality and certification. SMEs financing through a cooperative, training and mentoring expansion of SMEs access and promotion, such as national and international exhibition, business matching, and incubation programs. This effort would be much more effective if investor and private sector also increase collaboration to support women entrepreneurs. We recommend investors to engage in government SMEs program and for bank and other financial private sector to collaborate with microfinance institutions such as a women cooperative. Other recommendations are also to encourage policy in finance and infrastructure that are gender sensitive and provide access to funding and legality, and to improve financial digital literacy program. So women entrepreneur is set to face investment development. Ministry of Cooperative and SME is working and developing program to fill these three policy recommendations. I am looking forward to hearing recommendations resulting from today's discussion. With the pandemic interfering gender equality progress in entrepreneurship and SMEs, it is essential to take fast action so the gender gap won't widen. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful event.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Bapak Teten, for the incredible insight through the lens of the Indonesian government. And one of the roles of MSMEs in supporting the Indonesian economy is undoubtedly reduce poverty through providing employment. And women's entrepreneurship and MSMEs truly play a significant role on our economic development, generating revenue, wealth, and a multiplier effect through job creations as well as innovations. And next, please allow us to also welcome our second keynote speaker, Her Excellency Ibu I Gusti Ayu Bintang Puspayoga, the Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection of the Republic of Indonesia, where she'll be speaking on women's empowerment's impact on the economy.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good evening from Jakarta. Honorable Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, His Excellency Bapak Teten Mas Duki, Minister of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprises, Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Ira Nopiarti, Chairwoman in Business Action Council, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Chair B20 Indonesia, honorable speakers and panelists from all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me convey my heartfelt appreciation to the organizer of this event and all parties involved, including distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants, for coming together in the one mission that we all strive for, which is to empower women to reach gender equality to create a better world for all. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in most parts of the world, MSMEs are the backbone of the national economy. In Indonesia, around 64 million MSMEs currently account for 99% of our total existing business unit, contribute to 61% of our total GDP, absorb 97% of our workforce, and secure 60% of our total investment. Women play a crucial role in MSMEs. Our statistics show that women manage and own more than half of the MSMEs in the country. Unfortunately, women still face many hurdles in maintaining and scaling up their businesses, such as difficulties in accessing finance, being buried in unpaid care work, leaving no time for paid or productive work, and also poor access to information, technology, and digital literacy. As no crisis is ever gender neutral, and the same is true for the COVID-19 pandemic, women today face more extreme challenges. They are falling further into poverty, experiencing a massive burden more than ever, and even having a heightened risk of being a victim of violence. In the business sector, women-owned and women-led MSMEs experience the harshest impact. Despite this vulnerability, I would like to highlight that women are also one of the most critical drivers of economic recovery and long-term financial stability. Therefore, harnessing women's potential and supporting women's economic empowerment should be highlighted as part of the national and global strategy to bounce back from the pandemic. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Indonesia is committed to promoting gender equality in all spheres of life. The President of Indonesia, as mandated 5 priority program up to the years 2024 to our ministry, and the first priority, increasing women empowerment in entrepreneurship with a gender perspective, has been given particular importance. This is because studies have shown that when women are economically empowered, they are more willing to invest their income in their children's nutrition, health, and education, promoting sustainable development for future generations. Financially independent women will also improve family welfare, which could give them the means to prevent and exit abusive relationships and reduce the risk of child exploitation practices and child marriage, which are problems that often arise because of poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, to translate goal into action, the government of Indonesia has given serious effort in promoting women economic empowerment, such as promoting training and assistance in business digitalization, financial literacy, and digital literacy for women entrepreneurs with support from private sector and NGOs. Launching the National Strategy for Women Financial Inclusion in June 2020, where the Asian Development Bank recognizes this strategy as the first and only one of its kind in the world. Disbursing smallholder business credit and assistance program for micro business, including for women entrepreneurs. Developing a specific financing program targeting underprivileged women who run micro and ultra-micro businesses, known as the MEKAR program, are fostering the economic of the prosperous family. Creating women in child-friendly villages or urban villages to mainstream the right of women and children from the grassroots level. Women economic empowerment and financial inclusion are among the 10 indicators of this program. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to underline once again that gender equality is beneficial for not only women but also all sectors and citizens for the world. Therefore, empowering women is everybody's business. Women make up half of the world population. Given this large ratio, the McKinsey Global Institute report that a minimum of $12 trillion could be added to global GDP by 2025 if countries could advance women economic empowerment. This, of course, means boosting prosperity for all. As for the business sector, investing in women can also create a stable supply chain and increase profits, especially since women are usually the manager of family expenses. With growing attention to this issue today, investing in women will also improve a company's reputation. Therefore, in this momentous event, I would like to invite everyone from various sectors to work together to create an enabling environment for women's economic empowerment. I hope today's event could give insight and increase awareness on the importance of this issue, renew our commitment, drive dialogue and recommendation, and most importantly, promote collective action for the best possible outcome for the economic empowerment of women, not only in Indonesia, but also in G20 member countries and worldwide. Thank you, and I wish you an enjoyable, fruitful meeting. When women are empowered and children are well protected, prosperity will be available for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Ibu Igusti Ayu Bintang Puspayoga, for giving us a better understanding on how women's empowerment and inclusivity is a strong medium for the welfare of families and children. And women's economic empowerment is truly essential to realizing women's rights and gender equality. And the importance of investing in women's economic empowerment has been proven to be the very key to our economy's success and sets a direct path towards gender equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth. And now let us embark to the first discussion on unlocking inclusion of women MSMEs in the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, our dearest moderator for the first session is from Saudi Arabia, Ms. Rania Nashar. She is the Senior Advisor to the Governor and Head of Compliance and Governance of the Public Investment Fund. Ms. Rania, welcome to the event. I hope you can hear us well. How are you?
Fine. Welcome, Emilia. I'm really honored and privileged to be with you here today.
Well, the honor and the pleasure is all ours. And moving on, everyone, we also would like to welcome our panelists for the first session. From Turkey, Ms. Zeynep Bodur Okyay, the President and the CEO of Kala Group. Ms. Zeynep, how are you today?
Thank you. I'm very well. I'm very honored to be part of this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zeynep. And ladies and gentlemen, would also like to invite our panelists to come on stage. Ibu Astri Wahyuni, the SVP of Public Policy and Government Relations of Tokopedia. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you, Ibu Astri. And would also like to invite Ibu Dia Yusuf, the Chairwoman of Womenpreneurs Indonesia Network, or WIN. And also Ibu Herni Raharja, the Customer Development Director and Chair of Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Board of Unilever Indonesia. And ladies and gentlemen, to all speakers and moderators, I'd like to remind you that this discussion will be held for 45 minutes maximum. And I would like to ask for permission to give a reminder during the session, during the last 10 minutes, as well as the last 5 minutes before the time is up. So ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome, and now, Ms. Rania Nashar, the time is yours.
Thank you again, Emilia. Welcome, everyone. I'm really honored and privileged to moderate this session on a topic that everyone knows that it's dear and very dear to my heart. I was having, the honor to work closely with Ibu Shenta back in 2020 when she was a co-chair of the Business in Action Council. And this year, I'm really honored to work under the leadership of Ibu Ira as the chair of the Women Business Action Council. So today here, we are talking about the inclusion of women MSME in the global economy in which women remain underrepresented. I'm sure that you heard all these statistics that both Ibu Shenta and Ibu Ira mentioned throughout their speeches today. So women entrepreneurship plays really a crucial and critical role in the economic development. It provides income, it generates wealth, and can have multiplier effect through job creation and innovation. Realizing this potential requires significantly fast-tracking solutions to the barriers inhibiting the resilience of women-led businesses, which we are trying to create a concrete legacy in the Women in Business Action Council to overcome these barriers. Addressing these barriers is really important to scale and grow women-led business. To shed more light on this topic, I'm here today with 4 distinguished leaders who will share their insights and open their hearts to everyone. So let me start with you, Zeynep. Kale Group is regarded as one of the most important industrial enterprises of Turkey in an industry that is mostly dominated by men. So from your experience, what are the challenges faced by women in building and leading their own enterprises?
Thank you very much for your question. And Yes, as we discussed also in our working group task force, there are indeed many challenges faced by women that hinders their potential in entrepreneurship and leadership. So in fact, today women's entrepreneurship is still a relatively new phenomenon, and the question remains as to whether the ecosystem is enabling enough for them. Unfortunately, the answer that is not. So this is valid for most countries also. As we again discussed during our task force, there are three pertinent barriers women entrepreneurs face globally, which is also supported by World Economic Forum survey. One is the lack of access to venture capital funding. Second is lack of role models for the next generation. And third is social cultural barriers. So I think what women entrepreneurs need is a balanced development between a funding and a mentoring infrastructure. But beyond this, challenges show that barriers are the result of structural challenges that women face even at birth. Naming discriminatory gender norms to lower access to assets, limited opportunities also to develop relevant skills, and lack of access to finance. So these challenges are deeply integrated into the fabric of our society and are very much interconnected and compounding. So I encourage everyone to see entrepreneurship in a broader framework, which is very important according to me, and beyond women's ability to within women's agency and empowerment. So we should focus more on empowerment. The recipe for moving forward requires first an acknowledgement that any strategy to overcome the challenges women entrepreneurs face needs to address women's equal inclusion at large. And secondly, such interventions also must begin very early. To that end, I think the business community play a key role in advancing women's entrepreneurship, and leadership potential. I believe for more access to financial support, for example, policies that will ensure coordination between the institutions that support women are also one of the priority issues to maximize the role of women in the economy. So expanding networks also and developing training and mentoring programs are very crucial. We should support equitable companies and make women entrepreneurs a part of the supply chain where possible. Introduce entrepreneurship as a career option to young people and direct them to programs that will improve their skills as early as possible, most probably starting from high school, maybe, and most probably universities. Support successful female role models and disseminate success stories are very important, because nowadays we know that we learn from each other. So these are my thoughts. I hope we will overcome these problems.
Thank you so much. This is really well informative, where you merge the challenges along with the solutions. So let me turn to the stage with Ibu Herni. You had a long and successful career with Unilever, a company with a large footprint across the globe, not only in Indonesia. So you are currently leading the Equity and Diversity Board in the company. So can you please share with us your insights on the barriers facing women entrepreneurs to first found their own business and set themselves out for success?
Thank you for the questions. One of the global equity, diversity, and inclusion's goal within the Compass organizations in Unilever is that we are going to spend 2 billion euros of the budget by 2025 to support diverse business worldwide. What we call as a diverse business worldwide is that the business that's owned, led, or managed by the diverse group of people, which included women inside it, and also included the underrepresented racial or ethnicities, and including disabilities. This is one of the, inside our Compass organization's direction of strategy worldwide. But specific to the challenge of women in Indonesia, women tends to own a smaller business. That's the first starting point. This is according to studies that's being done by the World Bank and Bappenas, where the average woman's own business is smaller in terms of revenue, in terms of profit, as well as in terms of the employees, number of employees. This is because of many women's businesses facing more challenges in terms of finance, as well as in terms of business environments as a constraint. For example, constitutional and statutory provisions may constrain women. For example, when we are entering contract with our names, there are many cases that women has a lacking in terms of legal documents. Many of the national identity is still related to the husband, and many of these legal documents is actually preconditions for women to get the financing backup from the bank. And women also doesn't have independent financial decision making, like when we report the tax most of the time, or the regulations actually require women to report under the name of the husbands. Yes, women can report by ourselves, but that will require a more complicated procedure to do that. And women also have limited assets, because generally household registered under husband's name. And in terms of, for example, roughly there's only 1% of women's or land titles under women's. And when women have access to property, women's also constrained or reluctant to present that as a collateral, because that will impact overall family. That's the first one, that women have a smaller business. The second one, women also have limited business skills because it's a little bit underdeveloped in terms of business acumen, financial understanding, and how to grow in the competitive manner. Most businesses have difficulties. For example, women-owned business have difficulties in keeping track in terms of profits, how to comply with regulations. There are lots of complexity where women have difficulties to understand and to keep up with all the business situations. Also, in many cases, lack of strategic focus. For example, when we are presenting the business case or business proposal to the bank, how to make a projection, how to make a forecast, because of the limited business skills amongst women. And according to recent studies as well by United Nations Development Program, most women managing MSMEs have less financial literacy. That's why our women's own business have so many headwinds during the COVID-19, especially those that living in rural areas. The second one is the limited networks owned by the women in the business entrepreneurial, because at the first start, the pool of women in the business is small. So this is more difficult to connect and more difficult to get opportunities, information, mentoring, sharing. And in a way, women are more disadvantaged from the start, having a smaller pool of the network. And I think also important that social and cultural expectations of the roles of women entrepreneurship is not really, sometimes it's not really supportive, where there are lots of expectations where business is run by men and women is doing a caretaker of the household. So this is somehow become limiting and doesn't give a confidence for women to proceed with the business, to make the decision and to run the business for the family. So another things that I see is also women entrepreneurs in Indonesia express needs that's different from the men entrepreneurs. For example, it's not enough to be gender neutral, because women has different needs. For example, the banking industries in Indonesia has gender neutral policy that maybe women need something that's different, something that's more support, given the fact that women have lack of skills financially as well as lack in terms of collateral. So women require different support so that we can accelerate and participation of women in the business.
Thank you so much. This is really well informative. We're hearing about the social barriers. We're hearing about the challenges of access to finance as well as skills and others. So moving to Ibu Aster, let me turn to you now. As Tokopedia's mission is to democratize commerce through technology. And from your experience in public policy and government relations with Tokopedia, what are the challenges facing women entrepreneurs given the fast pace of technological and digital advancement?
Thank you so much, Rania, for the questions. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the B20 committee, especially in WiBAC, that allow us to share our experience here in Tokopedia. As mentioned by the moderator, that our mission in Indonesia is to democratize commerce through technology. So technology is at the heart of everything we do. And for the last 13 years, we've working together with millions and millions of Indonesian SMEs. And from the data from Ministry of SMEs and Cooperative, there are only 29% of Indonesian SMEs join online. So room for improvement still huge, and we want to be part of it. But if we are talking about women SMEs in digital aspect, based on our experience, there are three main factors that can hinder women participations in the digital space. First, of course, digital literacy. It's mentioned many times by Ibu Sinta, Ibu Ira, and also Ibu Herni, how this digital literacy knowledge is very, very important for women SMEs. Why? Because this is also supported by facts that ownership of smartphone, women has only less than 11% compared to men. So they have less access to informations. They don't know how to start business online. They don't know how to start business through e-commerce platform, for example, like Tokopedia. And they don't know how their involvement in digital technology can actually balance their role in work and domestic responsibility. So that's the first one. Secondly, digital capability. From our experience, having digital skills is not something that can acquire overnight. So it needs further assistance from us, from the platform, for women SMEs to gain digital capability. This is include how they can read data trends, for example, that provided by our platforms, how they can interpret the trend from their consumers coming from the platform, and also included how they know the risk of online transactions. And lastly, financial literacy and inclusion. This is also we see happening in the digital commerce, where women actually don't know how to use their business to obtain finance through alternative credit scoring, for example. But not only that, they also need to know how to invest, how to use the money to have more productive activities rather than consumptions. So all those three factors really motivate us in Tokopedia, how we can provide solutions, how we can, narrowing the gap to help more women coming to our platform and involved in the digital economy.
Thank you. Yeah, so now, Ibu Dia, let's hear from you. You're a great entrepreneurship enthusiast. From your experience as the chair of the Women Entrepreneurs in the Media Network, WIN, and an entrepreneur yourself, what is limiting women from seizing their full potential and succeeding as business owners?
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you to Ibu Shinta and Ibu Ira to invite us here to share the experience. I am so many years facing or meeting with the womenpreneurs in Indonesia. So before I come to the question, let us take a look what is actually women entrepreneurs. So women entrepreneurs is who think a business enterprise that initiated, organize and combine factors of production, then operate the enterprise and undertake risk, handle economic uncertainty involved in running it. So that's the definition of women entrepreneurs. So they can see the opportunity, they can see the risk, and ready to take it, and they're willing to collaborate. So let's take, based on the Ibu Herdi and also Ibu Astri mentioned about the challenges, because mostly women MSME don't have capability being entrepreneur, because they do basically based on the necessity, not by design. So with this definition and see the challenges they're facing, we should help to provide better entrepreneurship environment, then nurturing the mindset of it. We cannot just giving a month or even 2-3 days entrepreneurial workshop, but might be start from the childhood education. The challenges mostly start from their not confidence, like Ibu Herni also said, because environment and society treat women under the men with also the patriarchy system, etc., etc. So despite of we empowering women, maybe we should begin to educate the society, the men, husbands, spouse, how important their support for women. And for the leadership side, this cannot be separate for women in entrepreneurship, of course. Actually, women leaders are more persuasive, yeah. Then, because of the nature, the women leaders can provide better mentorship. And this is also confirming by Harvard research when they are comparing women and men leadership style. So this natural leadership will be benefited, yeah, for the organization to achieve their optimum growth, actually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So if I summarize, the challenges that were discussed by our distinguished panelists, it was the access to finance, the availability of role models and mentorship, the social barriers, the legal policies and the legal barriers, and the independence on the financial reporting when it comes to banking and finance, the limited business skills, financial skills, and technological skills, the strategic thinking skills, the differences in needs between men and women that are not been taken care of by the servicing industries, the digital literacy, the digital capabilities, also the financial literacy, the lack of entrepreneurship skills, and the lack of confidence. So it's really interesting that many challenges shared by our panelists would resonate with women entrepreneurs across the globe. So East and West, women do face barriers to become successful business owners. So the question is here, since we talked about many challenges, and since we are in a platform of Women in Business Action Council, which is a B20 platform, what would be the policy and infrastructure enablers needed for women to build and strengthen their participation in the economy? So let me come back to you, Mrs. Zainab, from your experience. If you can share with us your views on solutions to support women entrepreneurs, because I know Kale Group had many great initiatives to strengthen women participation in the Turkish economy. There is an award for that. So we would love to hear more about it from you.
Thank you. Before coming to our own solution, I would like to say that there is a threefold path. First of all, we need to acknowledge that structural barriers women entrepreneurs face has a sectoral dimension. As stated also a minute ago by Ibu Dia Yusuf. Global Entrepreneurship Monitor shows us that male entrepreneurial activity was twice as prevalent compared to female race in the ICT sector, for example. And there is a large gender disparity in ICT activity is particularly disturbing, given that most of the global venture capital funding is targeted towards this industry. This was also discussed during our task force discussions. Yes, data like this shows that women-led firms tend to concentrate in low productivity, low technology, and low growth sectors. The ecosystem needs to tackle this gap by targeting the root of the problem. And it's extremely important and necessary to raise awareness of the future of jobs, STEM-related careers, and promote participation in STEM studies, notably, as discussed before, again, by the participants, notably among women at early ages. So, a practical solution for generating across-the-board impact will be for local NGOs and municipalities to cooperate with academia and with the business community, private sector, for upskilling. So this transformation, I find it especially important after the pandemic and the world facing a new distribution of value chain. So this is really a critical issue. So in this case, also we would be able supporting micro scale women enterprises. Also, a Ashoka study found that female fellows that are more likely to spread their ideas locally and inspiring. So therefore, ecosystem needs to evolve to ensure that women entrepreneurs and innovators are more visible. One practical program recommendation is to establish more internship or exchange program between enterprises and maybe targeted at the university students. So our goal, coming to Kale Group, initially was limited to raising awareness and promoting visibility by recognizing success. But it has evolved, seeing the problems, into supporting the establishment of a thriving ecosystem for social entrepreneurs all across Turkey. So we established a award program, as you mentioned, which is called Ibrahim Budur Social Entrepreneurship Award, which is one of the rare flagship programs in Turkey. Also, we initiated many flagship other programs within the company to raise awareness and to promote women professionals. So this program, this award program, is built on rewarding promising social entrepreneurs across the country. The program has welcomed more than 1,000 applicants at the first year, and we supported many initiatives by women across the country and assisted them in grow and develop their organizations. We saw that many of the ideas came from women. So women are much more interested in social issues, and they are really eager to offer solutions. So we have to use this ability more in order also to create, systemic change in our countries. So by supporting social entrepreneurs in general, we also support the SDGs as well as gender equality. So it served for both ends, and I am proud that this has become such a powerful initiative and having already seen innovative solutions by our social entrepreneurs to the pressing problems in our country. So I become much more positive towards the future, and I really would like to open also new award within the program. So in thinking of the root of social problems, we also realize that access to quality education continues to be a strong determinant for social enterprise take-up. In this regard, we launched the Care for the World Academy with one of the renowned universities in Turkey to provide the core competencies and business connections required for success of social entrepreneurs across the Turkey. So within this program, since many of the social entrepreneurs are women, so we also had the possibility to touch them and to help them. So the first program designed specifically to enhance social entrepreneurship training reached over 500 public university students all over the Turkey, and among which 150 went through additional mentorship. And more than half of these 150 entrepreneurs were women. So our goal is to develop 45 original social enterprise ideas and business plans by the end end of 2022. So this program is free of charge, will also be open to our own employees in due time, and to enhance their creativity and more solutions, innovative solutions to our own problems as well. So all in all, it was a win-win program. To measure our impact is very important, and I'm extremely proud of the impact that we made so far. So I will hopefully, inshallah, continue to do more in that context, because this really helps to overcome not only women and gender issues, but other social issues that also root cause problem of the women empowerment. Thank you.
Inshallah, this is really inspirational. So, Ibu Ernie, let me come back to you now to talk about, how a business or a multinational business like, Unilever as a company with a global reach can affect, positively women in business directly or indirectly, not only in Indonesia, but also across the globe, and how they can, as a company with a multiple reach, address, some of the challenges that we talked about.
Thank you, Rania. For Unilever, women are very important because more than half our consumers are women, mothers, young women as well, and also our retailers. There are so many participations of women, and they are very important in the business. I think that's one context. That's why the effort that we do is not only about upskilling, but there are we do all the activities across value chain, be it the women as the consumers or mothers, be it the women as the retailers or as the farmers, as well as some of the campaign, because there are lots of societal and cultural changes that's required. Campaigns addressing this as well is being done. So women empowerment has become a very important campaign agenda within the communications, and we want also to unstereotype some of the social role that's usually expected coming as a woman in the society. That's a big agenda that we are doing. And aside from that, specific for Indonesia, for example, I'll just give you some of the example. In 2017, for example, we have this some programs from one of the brands. We have Sunlight, Shining Mother, or Ibu Bersinar, where we specifically target for all the women's entrepreneur by upskilling the women's and giving the inspirations, a role modeling, a mentoring for all the women who wants to start a business. Everywhere I go, every time I do a focus group discussion, every household, every housewife actually wants to have their own business. That's why it's really an inspiration and a starting point for them, just to understand how should I start a business. And then the other activity, we follow up with the women's entrepreneurs that already have stores, retailers, by making the stores, supporting them to make the stores even more attractive, the importance of attracting shoppers. That's one of the activities also that's being done by Sunlight. And then in 2019, for example, we worked with UN Women in Indonesia and providing platform We Learn, which is a digital platform access for women to get community learning about entrepreneurship. And this is something that also definitely required for them to upskill financial literacy on the business cases and how to start and build a business moving forward. Last year, actually, we worked with Tokopedia on the foodpreneur for all the women that has culinary businesses. We provide a platform and we also promote their products, as well as upskilling them in terms of how to make the products or the foods that they are selling even more interesting and even better with some of the chef and training that's being given for them. We also work, for example, with Amarta, which is the microfinancing companies in Indonesia, to give an access by providing a peer-to-peer lending so that people in the community, especially women, can help each other into financing and have some access into collateral, for example, and into business inspirations. And these programs actually reach up to 60,000 women in 4 provinces in Indonesia, so that's quite impactful in that sense. We also have some small businesses that we provide for the micro entrepreneurs. For example, from Ice Cream Seru, we find people, especially women, that we call juragan, for selling this ice cream, and we educate from zero actually on how to make sure their business is also profitable, because sometimes they do business and they don't know whether they make money or not. So that's why it's not sustainable. So we help them to calculate how much they pay for electricity, how much they pay for the transportation. So whether they make money, those are the kind of training and upskilling, and actually helping them to count whether their business is profitable. One more thing that is being done at scale in Indonesia is providing e-B2B applications in the form of what we call sahabat warung, or retailers friends, for women who can register their stores, or that they can order directly from our distributive trade, and without salesmen covering, and they can have a flexibility, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, where interactions are limited, where there are so many limitations, which help them to, or force many people actually to adopt into this platform. And this is also create flexibility for retailers to track where's the shipment, how much that I order, because sometimes when they have the stores, they don't know the inventory that they have, they don't know how many products that they have. So those are some of the examples that's being done, mostly in Indonesia. I think some of the examples from Indonesia. Thank you.
Ms. Rania, I'd like to remind you that we have 10 minutes left. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much for the reminder. So let me turn to Ibu Astri. We talked about a vision to unleash the potential and create an ecosystem to support everyone and enable everyone to do whatever they can. So given your role in government relations, what do you think the key initiatives to support women business owners in order for them to succeed today?
Yeah, we in Tokopedia have a dream that everyone anywhere in Indonesia can start and discover anything through Tokopedia. So there are 3 pillars that we are focusing on right now. The first one, conducting series of training on digital capacity building and also digital literacy program, because we know that the capacity of the women entrepreneurs is very different. We talk about from the beginner side, right? When we go to the field, we teach them how to make a password, and they will totally confused. What is password? Why it's so important for me to have a password? From that basic knowledge through the advanced one, how understanding search behavior to our consumer, how to use top ads so your product will be discovered first, how to take a picture of my product so it will be more appealing to the consumers. So we have various webinars and then modules that can easily download by SMEs. We also have hundreds of field officers that really assist them day by day to make sure that women entrepreneurs understand and can use Tokopedia to boost their business. Also connect them to other women entrepreneurs, to Tokopedia family, so they can talk to each other and share best practices. Secondly, fostering collaboration with central government, with regional government and other private sector, because we know this is such a huge task and we cannot do this alone. So with the government, for example, we'll talk about a lot of things, improving skill of the women entrepreneurs. We're talking about the supply side, right? But we cannot neglect the demand side. We need to create demand. So the product that coming from women SMEs can also, adopted by the consumers. Therefore, we create promotions, also mentioned by Ibu Herni. In our platform, we have specific section called Bangga Buatan Indonesia. It's a local product campaign where consumers can find curated local products made by also women SMEs. So it, create demands for women SMEs, so they have products that can bought by the consumers. And with private sectors, for example, tonight we will sign an MOU with Unilever. We know how Unilever committed to develop women SMEs. Tokopedia also have the skill set for digitalizations and digital literacy program. So we want to combine this strength of two companies so we can accelerate the progress of women SMEs. And with the government, we are also working together for develop such a regulation, such a policy to eliminate a lot of barriers for small, medium enterprise to join in digital platform. One of the examples is that we are working together with BKPM to make our SMEs get a license easier through Tokopedia, the NIB. And with that NIB, they can actually apply for loan. They can actually apply for halal certification. So that simple step in our platform can actually open a lot of opportunities for our women SMEs. And lastly, in financial literacy and inclusion, we are introducing our new credit scoring alternative where women SMEs in our platform can actually use their stores' reputations. You guys know the 5-star or the 4-star that we need to submit after we shop. That actually have a lot of meaning for our merchants. They can use that reputations to apply for credit in Tokopedia. So there are a lot of solutions that can offered by technology, and we want to be the center of it. We want to be part of it. So together we can accelerate the inclusions of women SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ibu Dia, we have discussed, yes, we have discussed earlier how education is a great enabler for the success. So do you think education would be the solution for women MSME owners to thrive?
Yes. Not only education, but I think education is one of it. Yeah. So based on the challenge that we have discussed today, what actually womenpreneurs needs are supportive community, then entrepreneurship education, empowered, connecting and networking, collaboration, role models, mentors and advisors. Sometimes we are forgetting about the mentors and advisors. So we in Womenpreneurs Indonesia Networks, we have also a program for womenpreneurship development program that we try to transform the mindset from necessity to design their business, because like I mentioned before, mostly MSME is start by necessity, not start by design. So we are trying to transform the mindset through the Womenpreneurship Development Program. And also we want to launch this program that we call it the ABC. ABC means the angel investor and a business advisor and creator. So because women has many roles, that's why they should collaborate with others. So we want to design this. Sometimes they cannot do alone, so that's why they need a business advisor and mentors. That's why we want to collaborate this into one group. Yeah. So I think this is maybe will be more optimum for the growth of the womenpreneurs itself. And based on the data from our minister also, in Indonesia, the challenges #1 is no support from the family. So I think from the collaboration, etc., we can try to limit these challenges. And this beyond only financial support. My reminder for womenpreneurs is how you design your own success, because we cannot judge the ability of fish for climbing the tree. So be ready to transform and become reliable womenpreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Yes, so what we're talking about as solutions, I'll try to summarize in the limited time, is, we need to have supportive community. We need to work on upskilling the women. We need to raise awareness about future jobs. We need to promote the visibility of the business, the women-owned businesses, as well as make them and helping them to make it more profitable. We need to have more role models and more mentors, and we need to have community learning platforms that directly support women-owned businesses. Also, we need to enhance the understanding of women entrepreneurs' demands in the market to help in that, and also foster collaboration between government, private sectors, and SMEs, in addition to working with the leadership and with the G20 now towards shaping further policies to unleash women potential. I will conclude this session by going back to Mrs. Zainab and asking you, as a co-chair of the B20 Women in Business Action Council, what are the critical ecosystem factors required to unlock the participation of women, including women in rural, in the global economy, from a Women in Business Council perspective?
First of all, this task force really worked hard on women empowerment issue, and really we come up with good ideas. I think having a multilateral network such as businesses, governments, international interest group can help connect various stakeholders so that they can access and support local communities while tapping on global best practices and resources. So we saw that there are many stakeholders who are playing a role, including businesses, service providers, philanthropists, civil society organizations, and multilateral organizations, lenders, and investors. So examples include, for example, funding platforms such as Wi-Fi, Banking on Women, and Global Investor, cross-border trade enablers such as WeConnect International, SheTrades, and many more. So these are supported by various enabling platforms. So with so many efforts underway, as task force, we considered how to bring these together to enable stakeholders with similar goals or complementary services to link up and scale their efforts, facilitate governments and businesses to jointly implement gender-based programs, such as procurement initiatives, and more easily and quickly connect women to additional resource options, markets, and information, such as guides on laws and regulations or training programs. So to this end, Women in Business Action Council proposed a practical initiative which we all found very useful, the One Global Women Empowerment Platform. And this platform will be the platform that enhances existing capacities and networks to accelerate and scale impactful women empowerment efforts globally, thus enabling growth, development, and acceleration of women-led businesses and women in the workforce. It will be officially launched in August 2022. So it will be supported by technology and permanent secretariat and will multiply and scale the efforts of existing platforms, initiatives, and networks that already provide critical enablement to women-led micro, small, medium enterprises. One Global Women Empowerment Platform also will act as a bridge, specifically for women economic empowerment between successive G20 and B20 presidencies, enabling the continuation of efforts from Indonesia to India, Brazil, and beyond. I hope that this platform will flourish and will be followed by coming presidencies, and I think it will really make a difference. This is what we came up as a council. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you correctly stated, the B20 has proven and its recommendation and actionable steps that G20 governments can take our recommendation to build and accelerate and scale women-led businesses from substance through the domestic and international growth companies. And this will support further job creation. It will help bring in more women out of poverty. It will enable more innovation and will help further spur social and economic development. The policy actions, as you correctly stated, they include to identify and establish a critical ecosystem that enables access to finance, legal, and other entrepreneurial technical assistance for women entrepreneurs, as well as to develop a global women business network to stimulate the cross-border knowledge sharing and investments into women-led businesses. Through the OGWI, our One Global Women Empowerment platform. It's really bold and practical initiative, and it will be launched in August at our side event, the second side event in Bali this year. And we would like to welcome all of you who are watching this discussion to take part and witness the launch of the platform. It really takes passionate leaders like my distinguished panelists here and others towards making our word a better word. So thank you all for joining us today. I really especially thank our inspirational panelists for their valuable insight and looking forward to meet you all in person soon. Back to you, Amelia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our distinguished panelists and Ms. Rania, our dearest moderator, for your insights on unlocking inclusion of women MSMEs in the global economy. Thank you very much, everyone, for the great input on the needed infrastructures and challenges for women to overcome thresholds. And Ibu Astri, Ibu Dia, and Ibu Herni, you may now return to your seats. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Ibu, for allowing us to pick your brain. Thank you. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let us witness a historical moment, the flagship initiative of a number of notable companies in Indonesia, between Unilever Indonesia and Tokopedia, and also between Grab Indonesia, Mtek, and Bukalapak, will be conducted through tonight's collaboration signing. These collaborations were initiated by B20 Indonesia as concrete proof of actionable steps to establish an inclusive ecosystem for women in business and MSMEs in Indonesia. Now, let us witness the collaboration signing between Unilever Indonesia and Tokopedia. Working towards the same mission to accelerate the inclusion of women in the economy, Tokopedia and Unilever Indonesia joined forces to empower the scale impact for women-led MSMEs in Indonesia. The collaboration will focus on improving entrepreneurships and digital financing literacy for women-led MSMEs by building access to skills, capacity building, and mentorships. And this year, the pilot program will be conducted in West Java and other areas under Tokopedia's CSR program. And the collaboration is built as part of the tangible actions from the B20 Indonesia Women in Business Action Council Forum to contribute in financial inclusion acceleration and national economy recovery. And ladies and gentlemen, before we present to you with the next video, we would like to state just how honored and happy we are to have the presence of Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Ibu, we are truly so very honored. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us present to you a video that describes this great initiative.
We provide equal opportunities for women, entire communities, economies, and countries will benefit. 54% of Indonesia's micro, small, and medium enterprises actors are women, contributing to economic growth and job creation. Start with the dream of the nation's children to discover Indonesia's potential. Tokopedia was founded as an Indonesian technology company with a mission to democratize commerce through technology, bringing technology that connects everybody supporting MSMEs, including women-led MSMEs, to survive, grow, and thrive through digital adoption. For more than 88 years in Indonesia, Unilever has a vision to earn Indonesia's love and respect by touching the lives of every Indonesian every day, using its voice and influence to drive change in the value chain and wider society, respecting rights, building skills, and creating opportunity for women. Living the same purpose, Tokopedia and Unilever Indonesia join forces to empower and accelerate impact for women-led MSMEs in Indonesia, enabling access to skills and training, and building confidence, advancing the innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. Recover together, recover stronger.
Ladies and gentlemen, two powerhouses working together for a better future. And now let's get down to business and commence the flagship initiative between Unilever, Indonesia, and Tokopedia, the Cooperation Agreement of Entrepreneurship and Digital Financial Literacy Development Program to empower women MSMEs in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite our honorable representatives from each company to the signing table on stage. Ibu Astri Wahyuni, the SVP of Public Policy and Government Relations of the representative from Tokopedia. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Ibu Astri. And next, also allow me to invite Ibu Nurdiana Darus, the Head of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability of Unilever Indonesia, as the representatives from Unilever Indonesia. Ibu Astri and Ibu Nurdiana, you may now sign the papers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. May future partnerships and collaborations continue to be fruitful, successful, and everlasting. And next, for a group photo session together, please allow me to invite to the stage Ibu Shinta Kamdani, the chair of B20 Indonesia and the CEO of Sintesa Group, to join on stage. Let's give Ibu Shinta a big round of applause. And I would like to invite Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, as well as Ibu Ira to come on stage for a great group photo session together. The great photo session, ladies and gentlemen, between Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani, Ibu Shinta, and Ibu Ira too. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Ibu Astri, and thank you, Ibu Nurdiana, for the excellent, excellent session. A step forward to a better future. Thank you, ladies. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next is the second part of the collaboration signing. Grab Indonesia, MTech, and Bukalapak collaborate to launch Kota Masa Depan, an extensive MSME empowerment program that focuses on digital adoption and MSMEs capacity building, targeting MSMEs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Rolled out in Kupang, East Nusa Tenggara, then Solo, Central Java in 2021 just, us last year. This year, the Kota Masa Depan program will be extended to new Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, including Goa, Malang, and Pekanbaru. With the program, Grab Indonesia, MTech, and Bukalapak hope to open the door for MSMEs in small cities to access a broader market without having to relocate, and will create an impact on the regional economy. As Grab Indonesia, MTech, and Bukalapak believe that the big future lies in small cities. Without further ado, let us watch the video that describes this great initiative, the advancements of Kota Masa Depan's collaboration.
Kupang itu adalah kota kelahiran saya dan saya ingin melestarikan ciri khasnya.
Saya lahir di Kupang. Di kota ini saya harus membangun usaha untuk sukses. Saya Maria Megawati Seromaru Lelo, biasa dipanggil Putri Lelo. Saya peserta camp akselerator Kota Masa Depan dari Grab, Bukalapak, dan MTech.
Saya Febrian Grace Amalo. Saya pemilik usaha dari Ken Handicraft yang bergerak di bidang seni kerajinan tangan khas kota Kupang.
Setelah ikut program akselerator Kota Masa Depan bersama Grab, Bukalapak, dan MTech, saya jadi semakin semangat dan terbantu. Saya mendapatkan pengetahuan tentang dunia digital dan juga mendapatkan pendampingan lainnya.
Saya sudah mengikuti program akselerator Kota Masa Depan bersama Grab, Bukalapak, dan MTech. Saya merasa terbantu dalam upaya digitalisasi melalui sosial media, marketplace, dan pelatihan pengembangan digital.
Di Kota Kupang, saya melihat daya beli masyarakat yang semakin meningkat. Saya tetap semangat berusaha. Saya memiliki impian untuk terus fokus, memajukan dan membesarkan usaha saya.
Impian saya yang terbesar adalah membuat mini showroom dan membuka akses pekerjaan bagi mama-mama pengrajin di daerah saya.
And ladies and gentlemen, to begin the signing of the flagship initiative between Grab, MTech, and Bukalapak, advancements of Kota Masa Depan's collaboration, please allow us to invite Ibu Neneng Gunadi, the Country Managing Director of Grab Indonesia, as the representative of Grab Indonesia. Next, Bapak Sutanto Hartono, the Managing Director of MTech, as the representative of MTech. And next, Bapak Teddy Utomo, the Resident Director of Bukalapak, as the representative of Bukalapak. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Ibu. You may now sign the papers. Ladies and gentlemen, may future collaborations continue to be fruitful, successful, and everlasting. What an exciting moment, everyone. This is it, the flagship initiative in collaboration, celebrating the collaborations between Grab Indonesia, MTech, and Bukalapak. Let's give them a big round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, next, please allow me to invite to the stage Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Shinta, as well as Ibu Ira, to join for a group photo session together. Teman-teman media sekalian, kami persilakan Anda untuk mengabadikan momen yang sangat spesial ini. Let us take a moment to witness this incredible moment, ladies and gentlemen. The collaboration signing in the B20 Indonesia 2022 Women in Business Action Council side event. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Ibu Neneng, Bapak Sutanto, Bapak Teddy. And thank you to Your Excellency, Ibu Sri Mulyani, Ibu Shinta, and Ibu Ira. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank everyone involved. Thank you so much for this collaboration signing. And we'd like to extend our appreciation to all of you for attending and witnessing this incredible milestone for women in MSMEs within the global economy. And let us continue to the second session on enabling finance, investments, digital, and technology for women MSMEs. This theme will explore the enabling conditions that can help women to mobilize their enterprises. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have been waiting for. It is with the greatest honor and pleasure that we shall welcome one of the most beloved and greatest role model of the nation. Let us invite Her Excellency, Ibu Sri Mulyani, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver her keynote speech.
Thank you very much for a very lovely introduction. Very good evening to all of you, both speakers as well as those who signed the agreement, and especially the participants for this tonight side event within the Women in Business Action. It's really good to be here with you all. The theme today is accelerating inclusion of women MSMEs in the global economy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like first start by sending my highest appreciation to the B20, Bu Sinta, who continue, I think, very actively promoting many of the both event, side event or main event within the G20 Indonesia presidency. Really appreciate Ibu. And also the Women in Business Action Council, Bu Ira, yang contacting me to ask me to provide keynote speech tonight. This is a very good and excellent event. I do hope it also at the same time providing a real impact for many of the MSME, especially women. And the topic that we are going to discuss related to the acceleration of the inclusion of the women MSMEs in the global economy. This topic is very much in line with the discussion that we in the G20 finance track, that is between finance minister and central bank, align very well, especially on the topic of the global partnership for financial inclusion, or we call it GPFI. As you all know, maybe I would like to provide you with the context. We are all today witnessing a combination of many development which is not necessarily simple. On the one hand, we are very much encouraged with the COVID pandemic, which is relatively now under control, although we have now witnessing within the last few weeks the new variant of the virus and also increasing trend of the cases. So we have to be still very much vigilant with this development. And then the hope for the recovery of the economy after more than 2 years with the pandemic now has been shadowing by the geopolitical situation, which creating a very serious, complex spillover impact to the global economic situation. The geopolitical condition or war, which is now in Ukraine, has already affected two very most important commodities, that is food and energy. And that has already creating a spillover very, very, very serious in terms of increasing inflation in many advanced countries, that they never actually witnessing the level of inflation in the past 40 years in such a very high and very rapid rate. And that's then creating a policy response, especially on the monetary side, by tightening both in terms of the liquidity as well as the interest rate. These two steps is going to have a severe impact to the path of the recovery of the economy all over the world, especially when we are still in a very early stage of the recovery from the pandemic. So we should not underestimating this implication of the high inflation and tightening of the monetary policy in advanced country. While we are all also seeing the pandemic now undergoing at least the management of many countries who adjusted or even preparing from pandemic to endemic, but we also should not underestimating the potential of this new variant and how it will affect the mobility and activity of the economy globally. We are all also understand when we discuss tonight, especially related to the women and business, COVID-19 pandemic have impacted everyone, but much more severe or disproportionately affected women. Study by the McKinsey Global Institute showing that if we do not address the higher negative impact of the COVID-19 on women, the global GDP in 2030 will be 1 trillion below. But if, then at least there is a hope. But if action is being taken to achieve gender parity improvement by 2030, including by investing in education, family planning, maternal health, digital and financial inclusion, and also by correcting the burden of unpaid worker related to childcare and caring for the elderly, the GDP globally will or can actually improve or increase significantly in the amount of 13 trillion US dollar. This is really a significant figures. Many studies actually consistent showing that if we provide more gender parity and providing action being taken to address burden which is disproportionately actually carrying by women, it will not only make sense morally, but also gain a significant impact to the global growth and job. Indonesia has made considerable progress toward gender equality over the past decade. We made pretty significant improvement in bringing more women in the labor force or in a job market, and this is actually the most important in contributing gender equality. Currently, women made up around 53.13% of Indonesia workforce, which is larger than men. And according to the Indonesian statistic in 2020, This is actually quite significant, but 62% of women work in informal sector. As we know that according to also the World Bank Global Findex database, there is still gender gap in financial inclusion, in which 7 percentage point woman is lower than men on a financial inclusion, or share of women adult who have an account in financial institution is 7% less than men. And based on this Global Findex 2017, Indonesia Financial Inclusion Index is around 49%. This is lower than our average countries within the Indonesia level of income. And if we look at the woman, which is comprising 51% of the population, the Findex also showing that the financial inclusion in Indonesia, 5% for women is higher than men. So it's different from the global trend, in which 7 percentage point of women in the financial inclusion comparing to the men. In 2021, Indonesia National Council of Financial Inclusion also conducted a survey, which is again showing that women account ownership has increased to 62%. This is the same level to men. So within the context of Indonesia, actually, the woman financial inclusion is equal to men, according to the latest survey. But even though woman financial inclusion is about the same or even higher than men, Indonesia woman financial inclusion is still in a lower level. And that's why we still have homework to do. The government realized that action needed to improve this woman equality, especially on financial inclusion. And that's why we are putting the financial equality, which is very important, not only for the economic opportunity, but this is also have an intended consequence or implication in the form of poverty reduction. Digital financial inclusion, especially for women, provides a very credible pathway to escape from poverty, and also as a critical enabler for Indonesia in implementing national development agenda. Especially now President Jokowi wants to achieve the absolute poverty reduction in Indonesia by 2024. And within that context, the role of women is definitely very critical. I'm actually extremely happy to see the signing of the previous between Tokopedia and Unilever, and then Grab with Bukalapak, and also, what is the last one? MTEX. And especially also when you display in the this program, it is actually dominated, or in this case is for the woman who will get the benefit of this program. I think this is a very noble and very encouraging sign I would like to provide. So this is going to be not only improving the dignity of women, but definitely will have an implication which is very, very important for poverty reduction. And also in many of my speech, usually when you invest in a woman, you actually invest for the next generation, because usually women play a very important in the children upbringing and how this is going to impact the quality of children in Indonesia. So for us, looking at the woman as an important key economic agent, which is going to be very critical, we will continue put attention as well as program which can help women, especially in the informal and small, medium and small MSMEs, which can provide with the opportunity to make a progress. We do understand with the degree of informality, the challenge is not going to be easy. All the government program usually can easy when we are reaching out for those who can easily identify. Informal sector usually is going to be much tougher. During the pandemic, when we tried to launch what you call it, support for the small medium enterprises, whether this is through the restructuring of their debt or providing grant, productive grant. For the informal sector, the most difficult and challenging obstacles is actually on data. So identification and whose they are, where they live, as well as what is their activity. Digital technology is supposed to also providing partial solution to these obstacles. So I do hope that the financial inclusion, especially supported by the digital technology, will provide acceleration to first identifying those which is mostly in the informal sector, and as also at the same time can be effectively targeted all the support for this player, especially women. COVID-19, as I mentioned earlier, affected or impacted women disproportionately. And that's why it is very important for all of us to also support women, especially during this recovery process. Within the Indonesian government-owned program, first, of course, the tools like the fiscal tools, our budget, is a very, very important tools in supporting the recovery process. The government has implemented gender-responsive budgeting, in which we are identifying how much the allocation of the budget really have the beneficiary, ultimate beneficiary, enjoyed by women. This kind of gender-responsive budgeting is already implemented for a decade. So actually we have already quite a track record on these gender budgeting tools. We also, in this case, allowing for us to be able to continue using government social protection program, Bansos and Jaminan Sosial, in order for us to be able to reach to the segment of the family, especially headed by women, so that they are going to be then included within the financial sector. The program Keluarga Harapan or Family Hope program is one of the examples in which we then assign this head of the family, mainly women, a bank account so that they are going to receive transfer from the government. And that's become automatically adding to the financial inclusion. Empowering women entrepreneurs is becoming critical. So financial inclusion not necessarily immediately or instantly creating the entrepreneur, especially for women. We still need to provide support, technical support and other support, so that woman entrepreneur is going to be then have the capacity technically as well as financially literate, so that they are going to be able to then become a real good and resilient entrepreneur. The government program in this case, for example, like Mekar and Mekar Syariah program, is one of the example in which we are not only emphasizing in providing the access to capital, but also in empowering the woman. We also now combine with a much smaller scale of support, that is, we call it UMI, Ultra Micro Credit Program. Again, mostly they are received by women and they are from the lower level household income, which is very critical, not only in creating opportunity, but also in eradicating poverty. The government program to support MSME is designed both for the supply side and the demand side. On the supply side, the government provides support in the form of interest subsidy policy like Kredit Usaha Rakyat, expanding and reaching and also providing capacity building, and also providing a credit guarantee policy. On the demand side, we support key sector, for example, manufacturing, agriculture, trade, even construction and accommodation, which contribute to the GDP and employment. And also within the context of pandemic and economic recovery program, the government taken extraordinary measure, not only focusing on the COVID-19 containment, in which mainly dominated by the health sector spending, but we also providing support to recover the economy through National Economic Recovery Program, which benefiting women the most. For us, of course, this is one of the most important in designing the Economic Recovery Program by focusing especially the beneficiary for the woman, because I mentioned earlier, pandemic, COVID-19 affected women disproportionately. Now, in the digital technology, the government also support the development and harness financial technology, fintech, to increase the MSMEs access to finance. Besides, the government also provide a platform which is called DigiCo, or Digital Credit for MSMEs, with a collaboration among governments, group of banks, and digital players or e-commerce. Other government initiatives to support SMSEs are to develop database. This is, I mentioned earlier, that data is becoming one of the most important. And with the many programs which is launched during this pandemic, we are now actually collecting many of the data, especially at the level of the informal sector, which is in the past we never actually get an accurate data. But we are not only collecting the data, we also disaggregating the data, especially from the gender perspective. Omnibus law on job creation is actually also dedicated one element on the SME sector, which include in this case a reform to simplify the permit, unified database, easing to access raw material supply chains, and also in terms of funding and capital access, as well as expansion of market. I think this is one of the most important comprehensive support that we design for a woman, especially at the level of small and medium enterprises. So, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, how this is connect with our G20 presidency agenda, especially on the finance track. As you know, that one of the working group within the finance track is dealing with the Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion, or GPFI. The GPFI 2022 have the outcome, the objective, to focus on promoting financial inclusion through digitalization in order for the economy to improve or to increase productivity and also to create more inclusion. GPFI 2022 under Indonesia presidency have the objective in 4 areas of deliverables. The first one, focusing on the digital finance system and public data infrastructure, as well as regulatory framework related to principle of 1st to 6 of the high-level principles on digital financial inclusion. And this is coherent with the key element of 2018 Bali Fintech Agenda. As you all remember that in 2018, Indonesia hosting IMF World Bank annual meeting, and during that meeting, the IMF World Bank issuing Bali Fintech Agenda. in which consists of all elements for economy or country to be able to develop their digital economy optimally. The second outcome on this GPFI priority focus on the leveraging digital financial services to lessen possible financial fragility and also to stimulate global job creation, investment, innovation, and inclusive economic growth. The third outcome of GPFI focusing on regulatory diagnostic tools to help regulator improving the environment that can promote target group access to innovative digital financial services. And the last but not least, the outcome for the GPFI is related to the, especially within the current rapid digitalization and also in the spirit of balancing innovative and risk mitigation. We also, in this GPFI finance track, emphasizing the importance of promoting financial consumer protection. The ultimate outcome of GPFI 2022 under Indonesia presidency will be proposed for this July Finance Minister and Central Bank Governor meeting in Bali. We do hope that this will be agreed and that's become a platform or framework for all of us, not only in the G20, but even globally, to be able to increase productivity and also to increase more inclusion, especially for small and medium enterprises headed by women. So in closing, I do hope that the today's event could become one of the events that will continue to trigger the collaboration and accelerate continuous cooperation among not only G20 member countries, but also wider stakeholders for all of us to be able to continue make a progress on financial inclusion, digital technology, and empowering women, especially women with the small and medium enterprises. I would like to again express my appreciation and thank you for all of you who dedicated your time to continue pushing this agenda forward. I do understand that many of us fully occupied with our effort to recover the economy. But when we talk about recovering the economy and talking about women equality and also empowering small medium enterprises, they are not three different agendas. They in fact is one single agenda. How we can design recovery in a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable way. I wish you all a very productive and good luck for your very positive endeavor. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Ibu Sri Mulyani, thank you so much, Ibu, for the great insights as well as the remarks and on emphasizing the importance of financial inclusion and investments for women MSMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us give Her Excellency the biggest round of applause. Yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just as Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani has long taken serious acts as well as the great opportunities to speak out on the collateral constraints faced by women and has demanded immediate attention and policy response. Financial inclusion and digitalization are always the top priority agenda of Indonesia's G20 presidency in 2022 and could significantly help to overcome such issues. And ladies and gentlemen, for our second keynote speaker, let us all welcome His Excellency Bapak Nadiem Makarim, the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Bapak Nadiem will talk about the impacts of access to quality education, digitalization, and building entrepreneurial skills for women in MSMEs. As Bapak Nadiem Makarim is unable to join us here tonight due to his travels, he sends his regards and remarks to all of us here today. And let's hear from him.
Chair of Women in Business Action Council, Mrs. Ira Noviarty, Deputy Chair, Policy Manager, and Co-Chairs of Women in Business Action Council, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and excitement to attend the WiBAC side event and talk to you today. The theme discussed in this forum is of great importance to me in terms of my personal life as a father and professional life as a minister. As a father of 3 girls, many people ask me, what do you want for your daughters to be in the future? My view on this has always been the same since the day they were born. I want them to be what they want to be, whether it's teachers, artists, or even entrepreneurs, just like their mother. I have a strong belief that success, especially for women, is built upon an emancipating, secure, and enabling environment. At our home, it starts from simple things. We let them read the books that they want to read, play the games that they want to play, and watch the movies that they want to watch. This sense of early autonomy and sense of ownership are extremely vital for their journey to a successful future that they themselves must shape. While as the Minister of Education, I want not only my daughters to enjoy this opportunity, I believe all women, young and old, are entitled to the rightful freedom to optimize their potential that includes developing their entrepreneurship skills. Approximately 50% of Indonesians are female, and no nation can succeed in the modern world when half its population is denied the opportunity to fulfill its potential. Because of this, we are working to make schools and campuses across the country enabling and empowering environments for women with the implementation of Merdeka Belajar, or emancipated learning policies. In this regard, I'm delighted to let you know that we have found an impressive number of female students participating in Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka programs. Out of our entrepreneurship programs promoted last year, one saw an increase in female registrants of 50%, and the other showed an 80% increase. This is such an important achievement considering the many barriers facing female entrepreneurs that the other speakers today have so well enumerated. We want to expand further this year by developing Wira Usaha Merdeka, a new program specifically designed to support students interested in entrepreneurship. In this program, students' diverse interests and ideas will be facilitated by mentors so that they can be developed into sustainable business projects. We believe that Wira Usaha Merdeka will not only serve as a program that students can participate in, it will be the beginnings of a radical transformation of entrepreneurship in Indonesia, increasing the diversity, community-focused, and social impact of entrepreneurs. Through this program, campuses will become empowering environments that will provide the next generation of young women opportunities to expand their skills, their knowledge, their networks, which are all vital for their future career as thriving entrepreneurs. We have also taken a bold move to ensure students' safety by issuing a ministerial decree specifically aimed at tackling sexual violence at higher education institutions. With this regulation, we encourage campuses to form task forces dedicated to prevent and address sexual violence, all of the cases through the means of regular education programs and through arbitration within the universities themselves. Alongside the programs and policies initiated by the ministry, I hope that this event will strengthen our commitment to accelerate the inclusion of women in the world of entrepreneurship and the global economy. We must trust women to shape their future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Panadim, for the remarks on the impact of digitalization and its access for women in MSMEs and STEM, and how freedom must be achieved for women to get an education, read what they want, study and work when they want, and how the sky truly is the limit. And ladies and gentlemen, now we're about to move to the second session of the panel discussion on enabling finance, investments, digital and technology for women MSMEs. And please join me in welcoming our moderator from Canada, Mr. Josh Schmidt, the CEO and founder of Neo Exchange. Hello, Mr. Schmidt, how are you doing today?
Hello, very well, and true pleasure to be with you tonight.
We're so happy to have you here, Mr. Josh Schmidt. And now from China, let us also welcome Ms. Diane Wang, the CEO and founder of DHgate. Ms. Diane Wang, ni hao. I hope you're doing well there today.
Hi, how are you?
Very well. Thank you so much, Ms. Diane Wang. And next from Singapore, let us welcome Ms. Naina Batra, the chairperson and the CEO of AVPN, Asian Venture Philanthropy Network. Hello, Ms. Naina Batra. Hope you're doing well. Okay, thank you so much. And now we would like to invite our panelists to the stage. Let us all welcome to the stage Bapak Komang Budi Aryasa, the Deputy Executive Vice President of Digital Business Builder of PT Telkom Indonesia Persero Tbk. Let's give him a big hand. And also Ibu Neneng Gunadi, the Country Managing Director of Grab Indonesia. Thank you so much, Ibu. Thank you, Bapak, for joining us. And Mr. Josh Smith, I'd like to remind you and all of our speakers that this discussion will be held for 40 minutes maximum. And I would like to ask for permission to give a reminder during the event at the last 10 minutes or 5 minutes before the time is up. Mr. Josh Smith, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies and the distinguished guests present in person at the Fairmont Hotel and present virtually from all over the world, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon from Canada. Let me start by stating how honored and proud I am to join you as co-chair of the Women in Business Action Council to discuss how we can better enable women MSMEs in our global economy. This is of particular importance to me as CEO of a stock exchange that is truly focused on enabling companies of the innovation economies, and many SMEs are part of that world. It is also very important to me as director of a foundation established in 2020 to help addressing the impact of COVID on women in the labor force. Before I give you some general thoughts about all the topics that we have been discussing today, I would like to congratulate Ira Noviati, Chair of the WiBAC Task Force, all the other co-chairs, all the members of the working group, and the entire task force team for the outstanding work in developing tangible and actionable policy recommendation for the G20 governments. Implementing these recommendations will promote the inclusion of women in our economies, and let it be clear, when women succeed, we all prosper. Year after year, study after study has demonstrated that if women were to participate equally in a global economy, significant economic gains could be achieved. To name a few, and we covered some earlier today, the 2018 World Economic Forum report, which indicated that global GDP could grow by an additional 28 trillion if women could participate equally as men in the economy. A 2016 study by Credit Suisse showed that companies where women represent more than 50% of senior leadership outperform at a compound annual growth rate of a staggering 10.3%. A 2021 paper by the UN Food and Agricultural Organization reported that if women farmers had the same access to productive resources as men, total agricultural output would rise in a way that it would lift another 100 to 150 million people out of hunger. The data and the facts are undisputable. And while we made meaningful progress over the several last decades, the COVID-19 pandemic set us back in a substantial way, and it particularly affected micro, small and medium enterprises, a core driver of economic growth and employment in all economies around the world. In other words, we are far from realizing all the benefits that would result from gender parity in our economies. Women are still shockingly overrepresented in the informal economy. Women are considerably underrepresented in managerial positions in high-paying industries, the industries driven by science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Investments in companies co-founded by women are less than half of those invested in companies founded by men. 2.7 billion women around the world are still legally restricted from having the same jobs as men. And in 31% of the economies around the world, there are still no laws with respect to sexual harassment in the workplace. You can imagine how all of this is negatively impacting the growth of women MSMEs in our global economy. As we discussed today, there are multiple areas where we need positive action, driven by governments, driven by the private sector, to address these challenges. But the areas we're going to focus on in this panel discussion are the enablement of women SMEs through financing and investments, as well as access to technological and digital infrastructure and skills. Our objective will be to understand the challenges that women MSMEs face and discuss practical solutions leveraging real-time experiences. We will also discuss the criticality of multilateral cooperation to accelerate cross-border knowledge sharing and technical support in financial, investment, and digital inclusion for women MSMEs globally. The latter will allow us to zoom in one of the groundbreaking recommendations of the B20 Women in Business Action Council, the One Global Women Empowerment Platform. But about this, we'll talk later. Let's now move to the panel discussion, and I'm very honored and privileged to be able to moderate a fabulous panel that is here with us today. And with no further ado, let me put forward to our panelists the first question. The first question is about challenges. What are the critical challenges to increase access to finance, investment, digital, and technology for women-led MSMEs? And I will start with Mrs. Batra from AVPN. Mrs. Batra.
Thank you. So MSMEs comprise 96% of all enterprises in Asia and Asia Pacific and provide employment for more than 62% of the labor force. Women-led MSMEs, along with those businesses that have struggled with digital transformation, have suffered disproportionately during this pandemic. And strengthening MSMEs in these areas will be critical to the Recover Together, Recover Stronger agenda that the Honorable Finance Minister has talked about in doubling down on the G20 as part of the agenda of the government of Indonesia. We have found that research by USAID and APEC has shown that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, a digital transformation is becoming critical to the survival of many small businesses in Indonesia, with women-led MSMEs facing even more significant barriers. In a report published by Investing in Women, one of our partners, the preliminary findings in the Philippines, Vietnam, and Indonesia noted that women-led MSMEs are more likely than non-women-led SMEs to have faced obstacles during this pandemic. The challenges have ranged from a lack of access to appropriate capital for business growth to the problem of gender not being a key focus or consideration, when creating policies and designing funding initiatives for the entrepreneurial ecosystem, as detailed by one of our members, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, in their work highlighting women-led enterprises and gender lens investing across Southeast Asia. The label of gender finance is also newer to the Asia-Pacific region as a whole when compared to other markets. But what we are seeing is that whilst an investor may not have an explicit gender mandate in their organizational or investment strategy, it is implicitly present in their work. At ADPN, we are trying to draw this out and socialize the concept of gender finance throughout our network and across Indonesia. In terms of gender lens investing, despite the strong momentum that we have seen in the past few years, one of the biggest challenges we find is awareness and acceptance of gender lens investing products by public and private investors. Many funds have been found to likely brand impact investing as opposed to gender lens investing to gain buy-in, which in a way could reinforce the misconception that investing with a gender lens would result in a narrowing pipeline and opportunity. And further, we find that gender lens investing to be even less common. Gender considerations primarily remain in the social impact category and are not seen as a critical element of investment performance or business strategy. This means that while they tend to fund solutions for female issues, they are not viewing women as solutions to social, economic, and political challenges. There are numerous subconscious gender biases that we need to clarify to scale investing in women-led enterprises. Investors assume that adopting a gender lens means narrowing the way that they can look at their portfolio. But it actually leverages untapped opportunities which are driving consumer trends. Some investors are also cautious about being identified as gender lens investors, not wanting to be pigeonholed as mere gender advocates, potentially stifling instead of expanding their opportunities and scope as investors. To counter this perception, investing in women-led enterprises needs to be positioned as an integral, essential, and inherent aspect of best practice in investment strategy. A growth in gender lens investing is constrained by a sparse pipeline of investees as well as a lack of well-defined metrics for gender impact. A better understanding of the benefits of gender impact investing, celebrating success stories, and supporting women-focused intermediaries can all help drive more investing in women and girls in this region. Asset owners and wealth managers are also lacking the specific tools, examples, knowledge, and community of support that would allow them to take advantage of the latest developments and implement a gender lens in their work. Despite this, increasingly we find that Asian investors are truly keeping their ears to the ground and are looking at opportunities to meet the women entrepreneurs where they are and speak to their needs. Investors are also making debt products available to startups who require later stage financing instead of just looking at venture capital for early stage enterprises. An example of this is a fund that we have seen which invests in Vietnam and is looking at investing in Indonesia. It provides fit-for-purpose financing for women-led businesses and businesses that primarily and intentionally serve women and girls. The Beacon Fund's focus is on debt products which tend to be a better fit for the moderate growth, cash flow positive businesses that the fund targets. Investment sizes can even have the potential to go smaller if the businesses contribute to COVID-19 recovery efforts. Slowly but surely, there is a growing community of gender lens investors in the region, and we have been able to convene them through the AVPN Gender Lens Investing Fellowship that took place earlier this year. We are keen to back this trend, which is why we are supporting the Development Working Group in efforts to support this by establishing this MSME task force to develop an action framework to build more resilient, gender diverse, and digitally enabled MSMEs. As a key focus of the work to support MSMEs, we will be focusing on MSMEs that are led by women and that provide services for women. The MSME task force needs to have a specific focus on the challenges that face women-led MSMEs and it should explore how governments in partnership with the social investment community can direct resources to challenge the systemic and structural barriers faced by women. Supporting inclusive digital transformation needs to be one of the central objectives of not just government, but also of financial institutions. And that will help the acceleration of women-led MSMEs into the digital ecosystem, which, as we have discussed, will be critical to ensure that the benefits of the digital resolution can be shared more broadly. So therefore, we at AVPN have also partnered with a major multinational corporation and are adopting a three-pronged approach to build the coalition required to mobilize impact capital for the digital transformation of MSMEs in Indonesia. This includes a deep dive research into stakeholders in public, private, and MSME sectors critical to the MSME digitization in Indonesia, to conduct coalition building workshops comprising cross-sector stakeholders, including government, MSME leaders, development, philanthropic, and local companies in each market that addresses the area of support identified at both state, province, and city level to promote and support MSMEs in the digital economy. And finally, to foster a bilateral and open dialogue, which will help bring private sector investors as key stakeholders in efforts to address the digitization of MSMEs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Batra, for a very fulsome set of thoughts and considerations, and definitely underlining the comments you made about enabling digital transformation and the social cultural biases that are still so present in our society. Let me maybe move on to Mrs. Gonadi now from Grab. You definitely know what new digital business models are. May I have your thoughts and considerations about the challenges?
Okay, thanks very much. As you know, I think the minister mentioned several times that majority of businesses in Indonesia are MSME, and 65% of MSME in Indonesia are owned and run by women. And during the pandemic, 18.5 million Indonesian MSME have joined the digital ecosystem. And this is growing by 131% compared to before COVID-19. This includes one example that I want to share with you is Mpok Siska, which is a traditional market seller in Tomang, in Jakarta, who has 120 million rupiah income per month, which is increased by 6 times after joining the digital ecosystem. So this is the result that is very promising. But talking about the challenges that has been experiencing by women MSME in Indonesia to develop their business is lack of access to financial and digital resources. Indonesia financial literacy still have a room for improvement. From the Financial Literacy Index report show that Indonesia's score is 37.72 out of 100. And why this is slow, what are we lacking, is basically we are still lacking in the financial safety area with financial freedom and financial growth. So that's something that we should improve. And during the pandemic, 9 of 10 MSME in Indonesia have experienced falling demand for their products, and more than 80% have recorded lower profits. And from the total number of MSME, more than 37% of women MSME face a decrease in their revenue. And with the lack of access to financial and digital resources, women MSME also choose to maintain their business on a smaller scale. So with the Indonesian government target to digitize 30 million MSME by 2024, Grab has initiated many collaborative programs to support this effort, because we know that government cannot work themselves and private sector cannot also do themselves, so we have to collaborate together. And we acknowledge that the crucial role of women for Indonesia socio-economy, and really hope that Grab can support the development of women-led MSME through Grab initiative. So through Grab for Good, Grab committed to bring the benefit of technology to all stakeholders. And one of Grab pillars is dedicated to provide the best and safest platforms and tools for small businesses, social seller, and traditional businesses to reach more customers and grow their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gernadi, and thank you for the incredible commitment of Grab. Let's maybe move on and ask Mrs. Wang to share her thoughts about the challenges.
Thank you, Jules. We all agree digitalization offers a lot of opportunities for women empowerment and for more equal participation in labor markets, financial markets, and entrepreneurship. In fact, entrepreneurship is often the only alternative for labor force participation for women in the emerging markets. However, the current gender inequalities may prevent women from fully benefiting from these opportunities. As we observed in many emerging and developing economies, legal and cultural restrictions towards female autonomy tend to prevent women from accessing digital tools. An APAC Women Digital Uses Survey conducted last year shows out of a total of 500 senior managers from women MSMEs across 21 APAC economies, 63% of female respondents referred to a lack of professional digital skills, and more than 50% expressed a strong need for training in digital tools. Not to mention the COVID-19 pandemic has intensified a fundamental weakness of women MSMEs in their digital capabilities. In the developing markets, they are struggling with digital migration and are unable to adapt quickly because they lack the necessary technology. Considering all of these development challenges, I'd like to share a case from BRICS Women Business Alliance, WBA, where I'm also sitting as the co-chair of the joint working group on inclusive economy. To improve the competitiveness of working women, BRICS countries propose strengthening cooperation across multiple areas, including the digital infrastructure, e-commerce, the spread of education information, and the digital media. For collaboration in cross-border e-commerce, we believe it will help women get more flexible jobs. For example, women from rural areas could sell agricultural products through their e-stores or live streaming. Meanwhile, we can leverage experiences of platforms like MyShop, this kind of SaaS platforms or other e-commerce platforms in other countries, lowering the barrier for people to start and run an e-commerce business, helping women MSMEs, especially entry-level merchants and individuals, succeed with social commerce digital tools and services on such platforms. Jose.
Thank you, Diane. Access to capital, always indeed a big challenge, and the current market conditions are not helping us with that, by the way, which just stresses the importance of coming here with strong actions and strong recommendations, and then skills and access to tools. I think you're definitely clearly pinpointing where some of the big challenges are. Let's now move on to Mr. Ariasa, PT Telkom, telecommunication information company. I am sure that you have some great insights to share also about the challenges that women MSMEs face. Mr. Ariasa.
Okay, thank you, Jess. First of all, I would like to say thank you to B20 committee for inviting me to be here. It's great to be here. Before I answer the question about the challenges, so let me introduce a bit about what PT Telkom has been doing on the digital transformation. So first, we actually transform from infrastructure company into digital telco company. So on digital telco, we have 3 pillars addressing digital economy. The first one is digital connectivity. So how to ensure all of the traffic, digital traffic that currently growth exponentially to be carried by our infrastructures. We try to modernize the infrastructure, fiber optic, we cooperate with satellite company. We also expanding our network all around Indonesia. The second one is digital platform. So we build a hyperscale data center to support activity of digital economy. We also cooperate to build cloud services. On top of the cloud services, we also initiate to have some platform like big data, IoT, and also cybersecurity. And the last one is digital services. We are focusing on the ecosystem like education ecosystem, agriculture ecosystem, a logistic ecosystem, and cooperate with the government to build any ecosystem that the government needed. From those digital transformation, as panelists before mentioned, we cannot go alone. So we cooperate with any global player, local startup, and we also acquire some local startup to join with us, with our ecosystem, with our group, and deliver the business and service together. And then what actually the challenge, according to a question from Jas, the first one is, of course, the coverage. So coverage of the network, digital broadband network, we are concerning about how to fill any uncoverage region, rural area, remote area all around Indonesia. Because we understand that the numbers, the coverage of digital broadband can impact to the increase of our GDP. This is the first challenge as digital infrastructure company that we are solving right now. And the second one, the challenge is how to access and use of digital technology for women. It could be because of the background of education. We found that some people still use their like smartphone just only for social media, just only for something that not delivering more benefit for them. The third one, from our conversation and from our survey, most of the women, they say that they fear of failure. It's because of maybe they are in the first time of doing business on digital, so they are scared about being failure. So we have to address those three challenges. And the last one, our company actually delivering one of the initiative. This initiative, we try to incubate and also accelerate the local startup. So from 6-7 years ago, we incubate and accelerate the startup. The numbers of startup now we incubate is around 120 startup. But unfortunately that we just only find 6 women founder of startup that we are incubated and accelerate. So we try to address what the root cause, how to invite more women founder startup to join with us, because we allocate some budget to accelerate and incubate local startup, especially for women. That's all, just thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Mr. Josh Smith, I'd like to remind everyone that we have 10 minutes left. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And indeed, I think that we spent some good time on discussing the challenges. But interestingly enough, everyone also took the opportunity to already share some of the solutions and the real life experiences that they have focused on to address some of these challenges. To allow us to continue and also finish this discussion within time, I'm going to move to a question to you, Mrs. Wang, as co-chair of the B20 Women in Business Action Council, and ask you, besides sharing any additional thoughts you have about solutions, also to share with us what you think is needed from a multilateral cooperation perspective to accelerate what is an important part of the solutions, cross-border knowledge sharing and cross-border technical support in financial investment and digital inclusion for women MSMEs. May I ask you to take up that question and share your thoughts with us?
Thank you, Jose. Yeah, working in the digital trade business for decades, we observed the rising social commerce opportunities, especially for women, to empower more people with knowledge and skills to monetize the social impact. DHgate launched MyShop, a one-stop social commerce SaaS platform in 2020. We're aiming for lowering the barrier for people to start and run a cross-border e-commerce business, helping MSMEs, especially entry-level merchants and individuals, succeed with social commerce tools and services on MyShop platform. For example, when they're dealing with e-commerce, people always ask a lot of very simple questions. For example, how to do product selection, how to build a site for business, etc. So to achieve this, we launched the cross-border e-commerce training program called APAC CBAT in 2014. It's a comprehensive capacity building program and aims to empower local MSMEs to go global through digital platforms like cross-border e-commerce. It offers e-commerce learning courses with the most practical and hands-on knowledge, skills, and entrepreneurial guidance through live broadcasting to enable underprivileged women to have entrepreneurial ability of social e-commerce. I'd like to share a case of Ms. Maria Fukuchiku, a Nigerian lady who quit her job due to the workplace discrimination. She attended our APAC CBAT and My Shop training program last year, which provided her with much easier access to cross-border e-commerce. And My Shop enabled her to start online business in a much lighter way, make it easier for her from product selection to order fulfillment. And her baby and maternal product sales are raising $50,000 after she started the business, only 6 months. The project also successfully trained hundreds of thousands of MSMEs, women entrepreneurs and policymakers across over 50 economies in the past 7 years. Only in the past years, we have successfully trained 100,000 MSMEs, and the project has been recognized and endorsed by the leaders of UN, APAC, and G20 countries. And you also mentioned about what our initiatives and our working group this year. Yeah, actually, after a long time thinking and practicing promoting women empowerment initiatives, I'd like to share some of our suggestions on the starting point of multilateral cooperation. We discussed in our working group, it doesn't need to be all-embracing initially, and it's okay to start cooperation only focusing on 2 to 3 pilot programs with only a few participating economies. We think the most important thing is to start with solving the real problems one by one, not only through our beliefs or our talk, but through our actions. We think only this way we can develop and implement practical solutions. Also in our working group, we discuss about we need to keep the multilateral cooperation inclusive and sustainable. It is critical to leverage the local network and enhance the cooperation impact across different markets. So in the past years, we worked closely with B20, ABAC, these organizations in this format, bringing women empowerment programs together as much as we can. So our goal is to connect the dots across different organizations, coordinate efforts, and maximize resources. And more importantly, increasing visibility to get our voice for women heard. And what is crucial in the second phase is to embrace more business parties to make it a more open platform to engage with different member groups. So this year, we're glad to witness the initiation of OGWI, One Global Women Empowerment Platform. As I shared in the previous meetings, we're willing to work together with all parties to develop a few pilot workshops through OGWI platform. It can be in China or other markets. Over the past 2 years, we worked closely with Saudi Arabia and Italy in this format, promoting B20 agenda. I believe it helped us to better communicate with G20 representatives and probably achieve more consensus in the future development. Thank you, Rose.
Thank you, Diane. It's a true privilege to listen to you as a very, very successful woman entrepreneur, as a leader of an organization that is committed to women in business, and for your incredible input also in the task force. We could continue here probably for hours, but it's we have about 4 minutes left, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to move to the concluding remarks and just share some final thoughts with everyone. I think that out of this discussion and out of the discussions and the presentations that were given earlier, it is clear that the potential of women in our economies is enormous, but that it also, to unleash it, it also requires the fast tracking of solutions to the barriers that inhibit women-led businesses. There are still too many barriers when it comes to access to knowledge, access to best practices, or access to resources like investments, finance in general, or digital infrastructure. I heard a number of specific actions. There are more and more detail will be provided, of course, as part of the WiBAC report, but there are actions to take with respect to amending laws and supporting policies that impede women's entrepreneurship. There are actions to be taken to address the physical, regulatory, and social-cultural barrier, the biases that we talked about earlier, and that have to enable a better and more affordable access to digital technologies. We have to facilitate the access to capital markets and the financial ecosystem. And what we also have to do is advocate for more disclosure so that we can understand how women businesses can benefit or don't benefit from investments, loans, or other forms of financing, and that we can identify and address potential biases, or I would probably say biases, that are out there. We strongly encourage the G20 governments to identify and establish the critical ecosystems that will enable these actions, that will allow access to finance, access to legal support, and other forms of assistance for women entrepreneurs. We strongly encourage them to develop a global women business network to stimulate cross-border knowledge sharing and investments in women-led business. This is the One Global Women Empowerment Platform that Diane was talking about earlier. A bold but very practical initiative that will be launched in August at our next side event in Bali. And we would like to welcome all of you to be part of that and to witness the launch of that platform. With this, I would like to thank all our panelists for their insights and the sharing of their experiences, and also for their personal commitment and the commitment of their organizations to women inclusion in the labor force and to the enablement of women MSMEs. And with that, I'm going to hand back to our Master of Ceremony, Emilia. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our distinguished and panelists as well as moderator. Thank you so much, Bapak Komang and Ibu Neneng, for excellently basically giving us all your insights and allowing us to pick your brain. And thank you so much, everyone online. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us give them the biggest round of applause. Thank you, Bapak. Thank you, Ibu. Thank you, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank everyone for describing how digitalization has transformed all our lives and the financial system specifically, especially during the pandemic, helping us all unlock broad opportunities for MSMEs. Thank you so much, everyone, for your innovative and groundbreaking insights on the framework needed for women. And ladies and gentlemen, to conclude our evening, it is with the greatest pleasure and honor that I shall invite once again our dearest Ibu Ira Noviarti, the Chair for B20 Women in Business Action Council and the President Director of Unilever Indonesia, to deliver her concluding remarks and anchor message to this event.
Okay, I think we are actually coming into the closing of the event. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, it is truly wonderful tonight to learn real examples from all of our speakers on how we can actually accelerate impactful inclusions of women-led MSMEs in the global economy by enabling the finance, investment, digital, and technology for them. Throughout the discussions today, I can actually see that, it's actually really very good and intense. we have many valuable and constructive insight. I sincerely actually really learned so much from all of you. So the insight that on how we should collaborate in. First is that about urgently amending laws and supporting policies that typically impede women entrepreneurship. It's about building digital infrastructure and actively address physical, regulatory, and socio-cultural barriers. And also about enabling and accelerating the development of supportive MSMEs ecosystem and infrastructure across countries through the One Global Women Empowerment Platform. The B20 Indonesia Women in Business Action Council is committed in developing an impactful, actionable, and measurable policy, recommendations, and bringing our signature initiative, One Global Women Empowerment Platform, to life and advocate our policy's objective to maximize the inclusions of women in the B20 and G20 communities. Once again, I would like to sincerely extend my gratitude to the respective keynote speakers, moderators, panelists, and sponsors, and the participants that is actually here offline, and also the participants that is actually participating online via Zoom. Really thankful to all of you for this wonderful and insightful evening. I'm optimistic that we will deliver the objectives of the B20 Indonesia to advance innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again at the Women Business Action Council second site event on the 23rd August in Bali. Very much actually welcome for all of you to be attending that event. I would like to say thank you again. Stay safe, and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ira Noviarti, for the insightful closing remarks and anchor message, and we sure can't wait for the big day in Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, Maya Angelou has said how important it is for us to recognize and celebrate heroes and sheroes, and our speakers here today truly are among them. And ladies and gentlemen, to allow me to wrap up the messages of today's event, women are indeed the largest untapped reservoir of talents in the world, and we sure have come a long way. Ladies and gentlemen, these words ring particularly true in Asia, where stereotypes and cultural norms continue to prevent millions of women from fulfilling their real potential. And we need to put a stop to that, and that is the reason why we're all here today. Though we have come a long way, our journey is still a long way to go. And this particularly, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see and has Her Excellency, Ibu Sri Mulyani, has stated to all of us that the pandemic has undoubtedly been such a turning point for all of us. Economic uncertainties have pushed many women to be more creative, to be braver, and to think outside the box and jump into entrepreneurship to start something on their own. And thanks to digitalization, that was made to be much easier, more convenient, and more efficient. And moving forward, women will need to be more innovative. Going forward, women will need more innovative programs and partnerships that address the broad range of constraints they face in the rapidly growing digital economy. And through the immense undertaking, it is necessary for the world, and here in beautiful Indonesia, being the largest economy in Southeast Asia, the world's largest island nation, and the fourth most populous country in the world, and the third largest democracy in the world, to realize the full potential of women as engines of an inclusive digital revolution. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please allow me to extend our enormous appreciation for your attendance and participation here today and witnessing our important milestone, and that is the B20 Indonesia Women in Business Action Council event, accelerating the inclusion of women MSMEs in the global economy. It is a heartfelt feeling for everyone here. Thank you so much for all your support. And once again, I'd like to extend our profound gratitude to Kadin Indonesia, to Unilever Indonesia, Grab Indonesia, Telkom, and Tokopedia. Thank you so much for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Amelia signing off. Have a great rest of the evening, everyone. And of course, we'll see you in Bali. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. And all the delegates would like to ask you to please come join us on stage for a group photo session together. Ladies and gentlemen, let us capture this beautiful night